Time. Did I make it on time?
Right on time.
Yeah, happy days. I can relax a wee bit. Right, you calm down. Hot coffee, go on, down you get. Give us a clean. That's a bit better.
Or CJ's done an edited one of fucking chimney corner now.
Is he? Oh, that's good. More the merrier. More the merrier, man. He's good. He's good at what he does. Oh, CJ.
That's what I mean. He's doing it.
Yeah.
He's doing it. That's what I was telling you should do.
No, we've got around it. We worked it.
Oh, but sure you were doing it. Sure, what one did you do it for? You done it for one? You cut it down.
The bonfire, the 11th. All right, John Rankin. Going to have to stay on top of the moderators. You're going to have to stay on top of things tonight. And move. Hello, Big Bass Boom. John saying hello, Fred. All right, Fred.
What's a crack, John?
John saying hello, Fred. Just make sure I've got one of my Mr. Mojo. Yes. Okay. 23 people in. Like I say, moderators, you're going to have to stay on top of things tonight, like, just because of the thumbnail that's went up. But all good, all good. All good in the hood, as they say. Sound okay? Yep. No complaints about the sound. Right then, son. But yeah, good night. Good night. I don't know how many people caught the video that went up and came straight back down again. Yeah. So yeah, it was a good night. Behaved myself, got in at a reasonable time. Left before kicking out time, which is, you know, unusual. But freedom dad. But yeah, good night. Up 10 o'clock this morning, which is no too bad. Fresh as a daisy as always, guys. You know what I mean? Don't mix your drinks. Don't mix your drinks. But yeah, it was a surprise. It was a ticketed thing, you know what I mean? So I could relax. Hello, it ain't me. How you doing, mate? Yeah, I could relax. You know what I mean? I felt really safe in it. You know what I mean? So it was. You know, I'm not going to get that opportunity very often. You know what I mean? Just to relax like that, and yeah, definitely ain't going into town. Good evening, Hillbilly John. Good to see you. Couple of things to talk about, as some of you know. Has this stopped? I'm always touching it. What's going on? Good day, it ain't me. I missed that. I missed them. So yeah, guys, I don't know who's getting notifications, who isn't getting notifications. Maggie, how you doing? They aren't giving notifications. Yeah, I gather that. You know, it's things are fucking. We're going to get it. We're getting attacked from all directions. This is what the video's about. You know what I mean? That there's about that the thingy that was in the papers. You know what I mean? So but I'll talk about that in a minute. It's the papers, but we'll talk about it. So let people get in and say hello to each other, you know what I mean? No rush. It's early one. No rush at all, guys. You know? Need my moderators to get in. I need my moderators in, like. But it is a different time. Are you a mod? Still coming up, not mod. There you go. Okay, buddy. You're a managing moderator. Evening, Ursula, check. Warren Smith. All right, Mugger. We don't even have anything on the telly. There's enough going on. Fuck. There's enough going on. Like, you know, we have had a wee look at YouTube, guys, and yeah, it's fucking, it's all the same thing about fucking them coming down on social media. You know, I have said this for a wee while. You know,
Where's your chicks, Alison? I believe you received an email after.
Yeah.
Where's your chick?
Yeah, I'm sure I answered it. Did I not?
No, she's just
Okay, I'll check it. I'll check it now. Yeah, so we went on the internet, watched. My lips are sealed. My lips are sealed. Okay. There we go. Two seconds, guys. Yep. Okie dokie. Okay. I shall get back to you. Oh, Fred Jameson with a big blue name. Your name comes up blue with a wee spanner next to it.
Wow.
So if I missed anybody there, guys.
Call me a turd, are you?
Yeah, I'll talk about that in a minute, Top G, you know what I mean? Just because there's like, there has been rattling. No, be careful what I say, you know what I mean? I don't want to start annoying anybody. Because we're not here to bicker and fight, you know what I mean? We're here to talk about the issue that we have, you know, with Northern Ireland and how serious and extreme it is. And I keep on telling you, it's really dangerous. You know, so yeah, we're going to talk about that, but we're going to be talking it in a mature, adult way, without being nasty, without getting any silly comments coming up and all the rest of it. You know what I mean? You know, stuff needs to be addressed. You know, obviously, like I say, guys, I was on YouTube today, but not for long. That was while McGann in East Belfast with all the 6,000 trashing and put around the house. Yep. Yeah. Right. Big base boom. We bit thumbs up. Happy days. Dr. Merchants.
Bumper says they got no notifications in it.
Yeah, no, nobody's getting notifications. I don't know, guys. I don't know why, you know, but things will be changing. I'll keep telling you, I've been telling you for a wee while now, guys. You know, nothing lasts forever. And one day, we'll all be off, you know what I mean? And you'll need to look for us on Rumble and X. So you need to set up X accounts. You know, don't know how long Facebook will follow because it's a different setup, meta, you know, in it compared to YouTube. I think. Maybe I'm wrong, you know, but yeah. So like a lot of stuff coming from a lot of directions at once, and it's all about free speech, you know what I mean? Not be able to criticise mass immigration or the effect that immigration has on your streets and towns, you know what I mean? And that's what it is in a nutshell, you know. So I know, John. I sent you a message. I'm sure I did, mate.
That's what I seen John on that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're just saying you never. Yeah, you give me a thumbs up. On YouTube, yeah. So Lizzie, I'm going to answer some questions, and Lizzie, Freedom Dad, like, you know, you got to remember, entertainment and educational purposes, you know, a wee bit of party thrown in there, and a wee bit of reality and logical stuff, like, you know, There's quite a lot of my enemies like to say I haven't got a clue what I'm talking about, you know what I mean? But I'll do my best to try and explain it to you from the madness of my head. How long do you think the Irish government will last, as I'm from Dublin and worry about what's happening to our country? See, this is the thing, you know what I mean? It's as we've seen with what happened in America with Trump when he was up against the Bidens, and you know, Kamala, the lengths that they went to. You've seen the mass immigration, like, on another level over there. So that was a tactic that they were using as well, because they were getting, you know, they were getting a lot of people to vote once they got them in, get them citizenship. It was like a machine, a well-oiled machine. And then also before that, we're finding out what Barack Obama had to do with it all. But some of us knew that already, you know what I mean? Quite a lot of us knew that she had an earpiece in, you know what I mean? Was getting told by him, you know what I mean? Getting shouted at when she got it wrong. We know that, you know what I mean? But legally, it's quite serious, you know what I mean? So that would lead you to believe that the one before that Trump lost was most likely stolen, you know, hence all the people that went to Capitol Hill. So if that's the kind of thing can happen in America, you know what I mean? Then please believe me, it can happen in Ireland. And my experience with watching the politicians very closely is that they're very, very confident. And when your country's up in arms the way it is, you know, and only a small percentage of people are coming out because of the far right racist rhetoric. But the reason then people are not coming out is because everybody else around them in society is saying the exact same thing. You know what I mean? So it's not just a few thousand people or 10,000 or 20,000 or like Tommy's thingy, hundreds of thousands. You know, it's actually millions that's in the houses and in the streets that don't actually go to these rallies are thinking the exact same thing. So it's like, why? Why would they be so confident? You know, when so many people are unhappy. Stop it, Tulip. So many people are unhappy and they see the comments, they see the reaction. You grab her, she's just mental right now. Right, there she goes. There she goes. Yeah, so wait, where you go? Where you go? Sorry guys, sorry. I just think they're too cocky. The things that they've said against, you know, the people of Ireland, the language that they've used, you know what I mean, has been really disgraceful. Really, really disgraceful. People with genuine concerns, asking genuine questions, and the smirks on the face as they avoided answering any of the questions, you know what I mean? And always looking down at the people instead of coming to terms and saying, listen, what is your, you know, then trying to answer the questions being asked, you know what I mean? So they know exactly what the feeling is. You know, Stormer can't put his feet on the pavement in any part in England. You know that, you know. You know, there's leaders should come out of the car and be greeted by the public, clapped on the back and said, well done, keep doing what you're doing. That's what leaders are about, you know what I mean? So, but what our leaders are now going to do is bring in laws to stop us telling you these things and letting you know what's going on and how many people are coming into the country, and that it's not just about the boats and, you know, what the percentage of crime rate from these people are. You know, it's shock horror, and that's just the figures that people have worked out. It's not the figures that the government have given us, you know, because they're still refusing to release the figures of how many people's actually in the country illegally and legally. So there's loads of huge big questions they are refusing to answer, and it tells me that if you knew the answer, you know, I think either one, you would know the game was a bogey, or two, you would know you would need to do something really quickly about it. And that's not violence, that's political, obviously. Good. Yeah, so obviously we've got that coming from, you know, the government. You know what I mean? You know, at the end of the day, we are ready for it. We have stuff set up. You know, there'll be more demonstrations in different areas, and you know, if people wanted to hear me speak, I would then be speaking. You know what I mean? I would be going to areas and speaking, and you know, getting a far wider reach to the people on the streets. You know, and like I say, there's many things and plans and options that we have. You know what I mean? The fucking sparking. Anything that comes near the house, guys. Anything comes near the house. So yeah, it's concerning for everybody, not just me, all the English guys, Scottish guys, anybody doing YouTubes, big YouTube, small YouTubes, anybody talking about mass immigration, anybody talking about the king, anybody talking about Stormer and how bad they're doing, and telling the home truths of what's really going on in this country, unlike what the mainstream media are doing. They're telling you there's a lot of lies, which I'm going to get right on to that in a minute. And yeah, so that's where we're at. We've got a mainstream media telling us lots and lots of lies, working for the government, and while they're doing that, the government are now planning to shut us down. So you have no idea then, completely no idea. So, you know, that tells you everything you need to know. It is scary because they're so blatant and they don't care. They don't care the backlash. They don't care they're not getting voted. There's something going on that I can't get my. There's something going on. There's something really going on, guys. And whether it's electoral fraud, whether because they know how many people's in the country and how many people's going to vote for them, I don't know. I really don't know what the crack is. But most governments in my lifetime being political and enjoying politics to a certain degree, you know, because Northern Ireland was quite political and Westminster interested me and, you know, what went, like with Maggie Thatcher and all that, and, you know, she was heavily involved in the Troubles and stuff like that, and John Major and Tony Blair, etc. And, you know, I mean, you just happen to get involved with politics because your country was all, your country was never off the news, you know what I mean? And right, guys, come on, enough. But like I say, we in most governments in my history, when things were going wrong for the government, they changed it. When they seen a decline in the polls, then they would quickly change it. You know what I mean, and reverse it, just like you see Stormer trying to do with the welfare stuff and all that. You know, but the problem with Labour is when it comes to Islam, like they can't reverse that. They're terrified of them. You know what I mean? You can see how long it took them to take these two guys to court. You see what happened whenever everybody thought the guy could kick in the head for no reason. You know, you see how Muslim Defence League guys get escorted by the police, tooled up, armed, masked up their faces to go out and find far right patriots. And it's complete two-tier whenever you see one group of police officers trying to tackle them guys compared to high art police officers tackling us guys. So there's lots rolling at the same time, and it's really, really frightening. So yeah, so the other thing is I want to talk about, guys, is obviously we don't listen to the papers. Papers are a lot of nonsense, but we do know that there is segments of Catholic areas we call dissidents. Other people call it INLA or whatever else, whatever name they're using. You know what I mean? we call them dissidents. You know what I mean? And we know there's been rumblings because of social media and TikToks and stuff like that they're not happy about the Patriots in Northern Ireland. You know, so i.e. me being a patriot and anybody like me, you know what I mean? So obviously there has been a couple of rumblings, the threats and stuff like that coming out, but apparently there's a statement now where they're calling the patriots gangsters, you know what I mean? Because they can't say patriots. You know what I mean? They can't say patriots, and far right on its own, you know, as big people say, for God's sake, man, they're just far right. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Everybody calls them far right, but they're not really far right guys. You know what I mean? But far right gangsters. You know what I mean? Whoa, you know what I mean? So yeah, come, you know what I mean? Let's go. So yeah, that's the rhetoric. You know what I mean? Coming out of them. So but the truth is, they're just coming. They just got a load of hate in their heart. They hate the British, hate everything else. Patriots. They just seem to think patriots are mostly all Protestants, are mostly all ex-loyalists. And you know, Glen Kane's been in the paper. I'm never out of the paper. I was in the paper again today. But you know, it's like this is what I mean. This is how dangerous it is. You know what I mean? These cunts are nuts. They're nuts. You know what I mean? I'm here fighting for their kids. You know what I mean? We're here fighting for their kids. We're here fighting for their communities as much as our communities. There's no difference. There's no difference. It's impossible to do it any other way. You know what I mean? We're doing it for the future of their grandkids when they're not going to be here any longer. You know what I mean? And they don't realize that, and they're going against everything that we're trying to do. They're going against their own communities, and because Freedom Dad's calling them out and telling them you're going against your own communities, and because their own communities is getting in touch with Freedom Dad, and from everywhere, every hardline Republican area in Northern Ireland, I've had a message from every area, whether it be Divis, whether it be the Bogside, whether it be Crossmike Lane, everywhere, guys. There's people in these areas where dissidents are taking over, flying Palestinian flags and demanding that people get behind Hamas. And people normal parents like me living in each hours are going, whoa, you know, yeah, we were behind you whenever it was the Brits, what the hell now, you know what I mean? But what, and the people are being like, people are awake, people aren't stupid, you know what I mean? They understand, people are looking at what's going on around the world, and you just need to do a wee bit of history reading, you know what I mean? You need to watch how the British government's going, you know what I mean? Because like the Catholics in these areas are just like me. We're stuck in between the mainland and we're stuck in between Southern Ireland, and they're looking at the mainland guys and they're going, "What the fuck's going on there?" You know what I mean? And then they're looking at their south, the south they want to join, and they're like going, "What is going on there?" And they're hearing the rhetoric from the Irish government. They're seeing the way Sinn Féin, how them people are coming out and calling Sinn Féin traitors, and they are stuck in these areas being forced to live a certain way when really they don't want to live that way. Boy, go out and see then. Boy, enough. Yeah, sorry guys, I'll deal with the dogs in a wee second. Boy, come here, son, come here. Oh man, it's all part of the UN agenda. So yeah, you know what I mean. So it's difficult, you know what I mean, because Glen Kane, like I say, guys, there's no gangsters, you know what I mean. We're all skinned, you know what I mean. And the far right thing is, far right is, they're saying that because I want to look out for my own people before other people coming into the country, you know what I mean, and I want the best for my own people. And like when I say my own people, I'm talking about people that have integrated into the country. You know what I mean? I've had this before. Yes, you'll never actually be an Ulster man. Right, enough. Sorry, guys. Okay.
It's a car down the street, like.
No, it's down the street. It's not. No, it's right down there. We family getting out of a car. I don't even know how they see it. So what was I saying there, Freddie?
I don't know. It was fucking loud. Talking to somebody on that. Not out the window.
Yeah, George. Yeah, funny, George. Funny. Funny. Yeah. So anyway, I was talking about the far right. So that's what they say. But like I say, guys, we just want people that integrate, people that drink in our pubs. Their kids play football with us. They go to our churches. You know what I mean? They integrate into our society. They don't expect things to change. You know what I mean? That's not going to work in a little place like Northern Ireland. It's that wouldn't take long before that, but totally went out of control. And before we knew it, we would be a minority. We can see that we're too small for that. You know what I mean? And that's all I'm saying is, you know what I mean. This is a beautiful country. Belfast, Northern Ireland is absolutely an amazing place. It was an amazing place to get brought up. Look, you stop that. It was an amazing place to get brought up. It still is an amazing place to live. The atmosphere is amazing. The people's attitude are amazing, and it's even better now because we've been at peace for so long. You know what I mean? And not only people in our own communities getting on a lot better, but either side of communities are getting on a lot better. And that's nothing to do with me. That's what Northern Ireland's about. You know what I mean? There's a sense of community, still that sense where you can leave the door open. You know what I mean? And it's safe. It's safe for people out at night time in our areas, you know what I mean? And I'm quite sure it's safe for people in the other areas as well. I'm quite sure that they have that sense of community as well. But I don't know how long that's going to go, you know what I mean? But, we are watching it very carefully because, I do believe that for some reason they can't turn a chapel into a mosque. So we are watching that very carefully because, it's like, that is what happens if people are coming into the country from another religion like Islam. They will need places to pray, and everything comes along with that. They're going to need parks that they want to go into where there's no dogs and all the rest. If things will start changing, and that's not fair. We're not big enough. We don't need that. There's plenty of places around the world right now, a lot better off than us. Now, this is the thing. So many countries around the world are a lot better off than us. We're paying the most for gas and electricity. We can't afford to have any children. You know, our families are declining, our death rates are going up while our birth rates are going down. Okay, that's all we're saying. We're not being far right. We're not being racist. You know what I mean? We need to look after our own country because we've got guys with PTSD because of the troubles. Hundreds of thousands of men and women in this country are suffering from PTSD because of what they went through in the 60s and 70s, you know what I mean? And the 80s and 90s, you know? So this is the problem that we have, you know what I mean? This is how it's deadly serious, you know what I mean? These guys do not want us talking about the ending immigration, you know. The government are quite happy with these guys, you know what I mean? With this because there's nobody else doing what the government need done. The papers are doing everything they can. They've put another bit in the paper about me today. I'm not going to tell you what paper it is, big paper in Northern Ireland. I'm not promoting it. I'm not against them. That then the only good thing is that they put my fucking platform name on, you know what I mean? But it's saying more lies, saying that I was at court with Glen Kane, right? Now, if you all remember rightly, I had toothache. And I done a video saying, I'm fucking sorry, I couldn't make it and all that. I was going to go down and report on it. Okay? I was going to go down. I'm not going to sit here and say anything other. This isn't about what's in the article. It's about the lie in the article again. So it's, you know, I wasn't there. You know, I wasn't there. I was at the hospital. You know what I mean? I was down with toothache. You know what I mean? And yeah, so then they said that we went from there to a demo in Chimney Corner. And as you know, I went to Chimney Corner and recorded what was going on and got a couple of interviews and chatted about it and said my bit as a citizen journalist. You know what I mean? So then this is give them in the papers now they've connected me and Glenn, and then you know what's his, I don't care, he's my friend, you know. Like I said, and I've done a Facebook post saying I do support Glen Kane and I will be doing what I can to help the boy because he's being persecuted, okay, because of who he is, because of his beliefs, you know, and we're past all that, you know what I mean? I'm not going to go into it anymore, you know what I mean, because it's an ongoing case, but I will, that's my opinion, and I will be supporting the boy, you know what I mean? Yeah, so it's just the fact that, you know, it's like, it's the far right. You know what I mean? They're saying Glenn's far right, okay? Um, and then they're able to say that we're far right because we're part of I talk about anti-immigration and mass immigration. So I'm far right for that, you know what I mean? And then that's all over the papers, you know. At the same time, I've got the IRA throwing stuff in their fucking paper in Ireland about me. There's other things getting put out all over the place all week from Republicans, right? And today they're having a field day with it because now all the Irish Sunday Worlds and all the rest of it are copying, and the Belfast Telegraph has had it as well. So they're all having a right wee hangy, throwing all this out about loyalism, you know, because as you know, Glen was lived next to an intersection where there was violence every night between Falls Roadmen and Shankill Roadmen, and one of the men, I believe he's a man, was unalived because of the fighting, and it was always going to happen. It was who said was going to get unalived first because there was some horrific hidings given out on both sides. But this is at the very height of the troubles. The very height of the troubles, and I'm not condoning it. What I'm trying to say is it happened a long time ago. He done his time, and there's a lot of men that done a lot of things a long time ago and done their time. And it doesn't mean you need to sit in the corner of the house and not allowed to speak or have an opinion, you know, on both sides, okay? So that's the first thing, you know what I mean? So, yeah, we've moved on, you know, Mark McGuinness, Jerry Kelly, Jerry Adams, you know what I mean? And you're picking on Glen Kane, you know what I mean? So, yeah, at the end of the day, I've got nothing but sympathy for the family. You know, of course, nobody should have been unalived in the troubles, you know what I mean? These young men should not have been able to fight so freely at these intersections during the troubles, you know what I mean? And there's lots that we all know now, you know, that makes us understand it a bit more. But the thing is then we've got the threat of the INLA coming out and saying that they're going to start targeting far right gangsters. And like I say, the gangsters is just, they make it sound acceptable to people sitting at home, you know what I mean? Gangsters makes it like sound like they're drug dealing and all that, you know. There's no drug dealing in anybody around me. Nothing like that. Absolutely zero. There's no drug taking, there's no drug dealing, you know. We're patriots, yeah. If you want to call us far right, fair enough. We're sick of it. We're absolutely sick of it getting it from all directions, you know what I mean? But now we have, again, far left, INLA, getting involved to try and stop us. Okay? Now we got the papers where they're putting stuff out every 2 weeks, if not every week, about me. And we've got mainstream the social media in Ireland and the Republican movement, the provos, working really hard and putting lots of stuff out. There's YouTubers and there's TikTokers doing bits and pieces. There's quite a lot coming out in my favour, but there is and it's coming from all directions. And I'm telling you now that these people are compromised and they're working for the government. They are working for the government. They are being told what to do and how to do it, and it's happening. And it's all to scare everybody and stop people like me going any further and going. You know what? This is just mental. I'm fucking out of here. This is nuts. You know what I mean? But no, because I had a good night last night. I had a good wee dance last night. I actually honestly, because it was so good to be in a safe venue and really enjoy myself. You know what I mean? And I didn't care. I knew who was there and
Just a
all that.
wee
I'm not
bit.
gonna say names, and I wasn't caring. I let my
Just
hair
a wee
down.
bit.
Yeah, I did. I let my hair down. I had a good drink. Vodka. I'm a vodka man, guys. You know what I mean? Don't need anything else. All my friends will tell you. All my life.
You can't handle it.
Yeah, I know, but that's all I need to enjoy myself, you know, 100%, you know what I mean? Coca-Cola and vodka, man. I'm really happy, happy drunk and that. No problems, you know what I mean? Couple of wee argy-bargy were a pool thing, but that was all sorted out, no
And you
problems.
wouldn't sit down.
What's that?
And you wouldn't sit down.
Yeah, I was happy, you know what I mean? I've had, you know, can't just go out in the town, you know what I mean? Walk about, you know what I mean? Anybody can recognize me, you know what I mean? So, no, that's not a good idea. So it's only certain things, places I can go, and if I get the chance, I'll take it, you know? I was shaking your chamois. Oh, don't, William, don't. I've seen a couple of videos. There was a few videos taken of me, so there was by friends, you know what I mean? And I got some delivered this morning for me waking up, you know what I mean, with a little chuckle going, wouldn't the news of the world like to see this? You know what I mean? Me giving it all that. Yes, you know? Oh, man. I was like, no, I can't even look at it. I cannot even look at it, guys. I swear to God. Like my face, I know my face is going red right now. I cannot look at it. I'm scondered. Like I'm saying to him, fucking will you let me dance for so long? Like he goes, and you were loving it, you know what I mean? So yeah, allowed, yes, allowed. The dogs are here. Dogs are next to me. But yeah, good night, good company, good people, absolutely brilliant. You know what I mean? Absolutely brilliant. But yeah, glad you enjoyed yourself and relaxed. Harmonies for freedom, yeah. Yeah, but you know, like I say, then I wake up to all that. You know what I mean? I wake up to all sorts of messages. You know what I mean? You did look relaxed after all that tooth agony. It's still sore, but I'm not allowed to sing about it. You know what I mean? It's still sore. You know. Getting a look, so I am, man. I'm getting a look. So yeah, guys, it's like I say, what are we doing? What are we doing wrong? You know what I mean? Seriously, like, what are we doing wrong? We're reporting stuff to you that the government don't want you to know. You know what I mean? We're telling you what's coming because we've sat down and worked it out how long it's going to take. We're telling you how it happened, when it happened, how long it's been going on for, and we're also telling you how long it's going to go on for. And with that information, you know, people will not be happy. There's no two ways about it. You know, eventually people, you know, once they research it themselves, you know what I mean? And, you know, the reach is getting out there. As you can see, all their YouTubers is growing. Everybody's getting the word out. Everybody's talking, and the government are worrying. So, yeah, they're bringing out all the guns, you know what I mean? And I don't care what, Sean, you know what I mean? You know, this is the Sean. You know who I'm talking about because I know you will be watching. But if you're not infiltrated by the government, if you aren't infiltrated, then what are you doing? Have you got kids? Do you have children? Do you have grandchildren? Nieces, nephews, you know? Do you not understand what's going on? Or do you hate Britain that much that you're prepared to sacrifice everything, you know? Because you're not just sacrificing the mainland, you're sacrificing Ireland. Because at what stage are you going to say no? At what stage is Ireland going to get really bad? At the country that you have been fighting for all these years, what stage are you going to let it go before it's irreversible and your country's gone? Thought that was what it was all about, protecting Ireland, or was it just the hatred of the British? Is that all that matters to you? You know, all the ones affected by you guys, you know, fucking, you know, I mean, brutal, both sides, and yeah, we get it, we get it, but this is different. You know, I'm a patriot. You know, the guys that you're talking about are patriots. You know what I mean? They're no gangsters. You know, if you want to call them far right and use the government rhetoric, then go for it. You know what I mean? But it's not far right to be right. It's not far right to love the love for want to have a love for your future, the future of your kids, your grandkids, and your country, no matter what flag flies on it in 100 years. Because I've got no doubt one day he's will get it back. You know what I mean? Again, Elman, he's fucking banging on about it for long enough. I've got no doubt that the mainland's going to go to shit. You know what I mean? And we're are going to be left in a situation where we're all just going to come together as Christians, and yous are going to get left behind. You know what I mean? And your kids and your grandkids are going to see for what you are. They're going to look back and ask, what did you do to stop this? And they're going to see that you facilitated it by threatening people like me. And it's as simple as that, you know what I mean? And your community know that. They're not coming out and telling you that because they've got a clap and support whenever you say they do. But your community are agreeing with me. You know what I mean? You're not going to get anywhere by going down the route of attacking people who are trying to protect your kids as well as our kids, you know. So I'm not going to say no more about it. I just think everything that's come out today about me in the papers, about Glen Kane, then the INLA, and all the things that we're hearing, it's not a coincidence. It's not a coincidence, guys. You know, you need to be here living this to understand what we're seeing and what we're getting sent to us, and people, good friends in the south, saying the stuff that we would never normally see. Please believe me, there's it's sustained. It's sustained, and it's coming from the movement that want to have always created division in our country. You know what I mean? And wanted me out of my lands, out of here, my home, and I don't know who they're planning on putting in my house, but it seems to be the Brits are out and foreigners in, and that's what we are getting from the Irish people in the south, you know. Yeah, and that's the whole point of going down there, you know what I mean, and understanding what's going on, where do we stand, you know what I mean, because we knew we were going to get this from the dissidents in the West Belfast and the Bogside and places like this. We knew that. We know who they are. We know they're still there. You know what I mean? They're like fucking shouting about it enough. You know what I mean? And you know, a lot of people can't keep their mouth shut on social media either. You know what I mean? So yeah, we're not stupid. You know what I mean? And the ideology with Palestinians and Hamas and the PLO, you know, we get all that madness, you know what I mean? So we know what the result of that is when you've got all that madness in your head. You do pretty mad shit after that, you know what I mean? And some of that mad stuff might be coming after likes of me or Glenn, because that's who you're talking about, you know what I mean? Who else can you be talking about? We don't know anybody. We don't know any far right gangsters, you know what I mean? Everybody in our movement aren't gangsters and are just concerned parents. Of course, you're going to get ex-loyalists from here, there, and everywhere. Just like, you know, why? Just because you're not Jerry Adams, Mark McGuinness, or Jerry Kelly, you can't get involved in politics or any other movements. You know, come on, you got to wind your neck in. See, but it's not enough reason to target people. It's not enough reason to flex like that. You know what I mean? And if anything does happen, no, without a doubt, everybody in this country will know that you are working for the government, because we know that nobody can move in this country right now because of the intelligence of the security services. We know that every single organisation is compromised on so many levels. Everybody knows that. Our intelligence service is the best in the world, bar none. You know what I mean? So if you are able to monopolise and get an active unit out, then you've got the green light. You know what I mean? Just like the maze. So yeah, I'll leave it at that. Freedom of speech and movement. John Rankin. Sorry, mate, that was a big thingy. It's gone. All good. All good in the hood. Hello, Eddie. Cool. How you doing? Right, I'll catch up with you guys. Throw your names up if you're just in. George, Freedom Daddy, Darcy, you have right hard guys on this channel. Yeah, I've got all sorts on this channel, mate. Good guys, lots of good guys. Oh, mostly good guys. There's a lot there that are far left and just keeping the wee army and the rest. So, Pink, Sweet 40, good to see you. Big T. Sorry, I can't, Maggie, they're all going really. Debs, William, Jerome, Reedy. Lots of love from Dublin. Thank you, Jerome, son. Scott, mate, I will read your comments out. Just saying hello because these are all throwing them up. Thomas O'Flaherty, Stephen, Goose, good to see you, Goose. Time to stand, good to see you, Wasp, RS. Hello, everybody. 326 in that chat. Happy days. Yeah, it's good numbers, guys. Thank you so much. You know, man, it's a big topic. It's a bit of a hangy, man. You see the thumbnail. Don't really like doing thumbnails like that. You know what I mean? I like just to be just freedom, dad. Just my wee flag, so nobody has any expectations. Hello, Lil Miss. But yeah, obviously everything that's going on, we've got to address it. Fucking got to address it. You know what I mean? I want you to know if anything does happen. I want you to understand exactly what's going on because, like I say, guys, we aren't stupid. MIGA. Make Ireland great again. Hit the likes, folks. Only 125 likes. 100%. So yeah, guys. So buy me a coffee. Okay, need a coffee, guys. So yeah, obviously, right, guys. Enough. So obviously now we need to really reassess the situation. When these kind of threats are coming out, and you know that I don't know for anybody who doesn't know the NLA, the NLA are not to be messed about with. Okay, they are quite serious, so they are, and I'm not going to say anything because I'm not going to annoy anybody or push any buttons. You know what I mean? It's very sensitive, very sensitive, guys. So yeah, there is things in place. Okay. To be careful. I am speaking to other guys. Right, enough. Boy, there's nobody there. Come here, son. I know you're a great wee guard dog, like, but you're half blind. You're just barking at other things. Yeah, so, you know what I mean? You'd be stupid, you know what I mean? Like, we're starting to talk about checking on the cars and all that again, you know what I mean? That's like, well, it's been a long time since I've been doing that, guys. And it is concerning. It really is concerning for a lot of people that even around me and around, you know, other guys because, like I say, they're just normal guys. We're just patriots guys, you know what I mean? Stop it. Enough. We're just normal guys. We're just patriots. And, you know, it's like the only people bringing all this out. Yeah, we've all got a bit of a past. Yes, I was a bank robber. Yeah, fair enough. You know what I mean? And brought up in Donegal Road. Like, we brought it in the troubles, the fucking heartland of the troubles. Bombs going off everywhere. She's just, sorry guys, let me sort this out. Come on, let's go. Move. Come on, you. Let's go. Come on. Get in here. Come on. Enough, calm down. Oh, sorry guys, sorry. Come here, calm down. I know. Give them a Guinness. Yeah, so, yeah, just gotta be, you know what I mean? Just gotta be a wee bit more clever, you know what I mean? And like I think I do all right, not telling people where I go and where I'm gonna pop up and stuff like, but I'm gonna have to be really clever about that now. Yeah, I gotta take it serious. You know what I mean? I'm dead relaxed. You know what I mean? I've come from Belfast, but you know, it's not the first time I've had this carry on. You know what I mean? So, but you know, it's just other people around me I'm concerned about. You know what I mean? But it's like I say, it's been non-stop. The stoppers. You know what I mean? And you know I'm not stopping anything. You know what? No, I'm not going to go into it, guys. You know what I mean? And all that, like, but we all stand together, yeah. NLA communist scum. Yeah, it's your opinion, mate. Fair enough. LL Goose the Outlaw. Alright, guys. I think he's no each other. Fight. Oh, fucking shoulder. I like tours, but I also like when they leave. Where was the threat issued? The old cops. Just in the paper, a statement that they've released. Gotta keep your tip up. Aye. So I made Mark Story. Every time your dogs bark, it sets mine off. I'm sorry, mate. I know. I know it happens to quite a lot of people, so it does. It happens to a lot of people.
Yourself included when we're watching the videos back.
Yeah. Oh, dearie me, man. What's the solution? Freedom Dad. What's the solution? Is government getting the right government in, getting men and women who can see what we can see and can be honest about it, and start off by asking the hard questions in Westminster, you know what I mean, and then thinking what their options are. What other options do they really have, you know what I mean? So that's the only thing I can see is like getting the right men in power that need to do what needs to be done, you know what I mean? And it's not barbaric or inhuman, you know what I mean? It's just like stop any immigration, stop all visas, you know what I mean? Some of these kebab shops have got 1,000 visas coming through their doors, you know what I mean? You're like, well, you got 1,000 now, you know what I mean? You pass them out around the other kebab shops, you know what I mean? So yeah, there's plenty of people here that do the jobs we don't want, you know what I mean? So stop that straight away, just for a wee bit to get our breath, and then take stock of who's in, who's been committing the most of crimes, where are they, get them out, who's in the jails, deport them, let them know, you don't want to get deported, you're getting moved to this different jail. It's not like our jails, and gives a shout when you're ready to tell us what country you come from. And, they've broken the country illegally. They've been let through by, I believe, my opinion, a treacherous government. So I've got no qualms about none of that. I'm talking about people that are committing crimes. I'm talking about criminals. And then anybody else that we know that's lying, that's come in and lied about their age or anything like that, then yeah, it all needs anybody, and also anybody that's come in and hasn't worked a day of their lives and took every penny. And we'll work it as a system by how much money we've given you since you've come in, as a scale, you know what I mean? And yeah, we'll start with the big numbers, the ones that have 3 or 4 accounts, and bump, they're the same. And it wouldn't be too long before you make the place undesirable for anybody else to come. So you wouldn't really need to worry about mass immigration because just wouldn't want to come here anymore because they're not getting the welfare benefits that they were getting, and they're getting scrutinised and put straight out of the country as soon as they commit any crimes. And not only that, but the sentences that they would get would be a lot bigger than what we would get, because when you get the privilege and the honour of coming to our country and you throw it right back into their faces, then you deserve more time than one of our normal guys who's been through God knows what to be where he is. And that's none of anybody else's business but ours, It's not, what anybody else has gone through is none of my business, you know what I mean? At the end of the day, we aren't a charity. We can only do so much. We're suffering as a society because of the money that we're giving out in foreign aid and all the rest of it. And it's gone long enough. We're suffering because of it. We're suffering. You can see. We're all meant to sit here and accept that the price of everything has went up. Price of everything has went up, and we're all meant to sit here and just watch all these men come in and take so much money out of the money that you are paying from your taxes. And eventually the other people as they go out realize that when they go to the hospital, or they try and get a dentist, then they start questioning what the fuck's going on. You know what I mean? Or when their granny's needing taken to the hospital and she's lying in an ambulance for 8 hours outside a hospital, and then lying in a corridor for an hour, 2 days. Maybe then they'll question what's going on. So we're trying to just bring the facts of everything that's coming on. There's no misinformation, you know what I mean? Like I say, it isn't racist, it isn't far right. It's genuine concerns of something that's totally out of control. It's like wild horses, and nobody can get a hold of them. And I'm just trying to find a way to grab a hold of them wild horses, get them back into their stables. Just everybody chill, and let's look and see what damage has been done. Okay, because these wild horses have been running around for a long time. That's the kind of thing, the way I look at it logically, guys. It's nothing bad or nothing. I just don't see any point. And if something isn't working and so many people are being harmed because of this system of mass immigration, then we have to stop it. It doesn't make any sense to let it keep on coming. There's hundreds of thousands, hundreds, maybe millions of people, women and children, who have been affected because of foreigners have come into the country. There's no getting away from that. If some of these men had been checked or stopped, they wouldn't have fucking done this. So what happened to that woman on the bench in London is horrific on another level. Unalived. Can't say it. I can't say it. But yeah, it's how long, how wide. It doesn't make any sense, guys. If it was your area and these people kept coming in and doing really horrible things, you would go, whoa. You would stop it straight away. Whoa, what the fuck? You said you were nice and you needed refuge and you were going to fucking you big smiles and everything. You know, it's just normal. You know what I mean? And my problem is how long and if this is we know the repercussions of mass immigration. Even though per capita we've got all the hingies, and we know it's not every single person that comes in from every single part of the world, like Nigeria, Albania, Pakistan, Iraq, Syria. I know not every single one of them are committing offences, but we know it's a big percentage that are getting found and caught and getting guilty because that's what it's about. It's not about the ones that are doing it and getting away with it. It's about the ones that are getting caught. And we know what them percentages are. So there's a lot we can look into with the facts that we have, just by using our own what happens in our own society with these kind of things. So I think it's huge on another level. I think what they're telling us, what we are shocked at right now, how many of these men are committing sexual, how many from each bit as the graph goes up and down. We're shocked at that, but I think if people realised the percentage of how many crimes have actually been committed, that where they've got away or that people haven't complained, I think it's on another level. And it's as simple as this, guys. The government know. Freedom Dad knows. The government knows. We all know. So why is the government still letting this happen to the country? Why are they still putting their women and their children in so much danger? The evidence is there. Your women and children are suffering because of it. What the fuck? Come on. It doesn't make any sense. And they're not stopping. Like the boats, they can't stop the boats working. They went over there and fucking stuck a penknife in one of the boats. You know, we sent billions over there, and all they needed was a penknife because the BBC crew were there. You know what I mean? So you know, it's mental on another level. They, you know, and the thing is, they love you going on about the boats because there's more coming in, far more coming in every other way. Part of the boats. The boats is a small part of it all. The boats only happen whenever it's a nice day. The boats only happen whenever it's not windy. There's other forms of illegal immigration that are coming in. Guys, there's legal immigration and not going back, coming in every single day by plane, by boat, by every airport, up and down the breadth of Britain. There's people flying in and asking for refuge, okay? And that's the problem. You know, that's why the government love you going on about the boats. You know what I mean? That's why the boats has never been stopped, because you just keep going on about stop the boats, stop the boats, stop the boats. They're loving that, you know. They're loving that. But like I say, it takes bigger men and wiser men than me to work all this out and do the research. And there must be reporters out there that aren't controlled by mainstream media, can bring this to some sort of way where people understand it, do the information information requests that you need to do to try and get some sort of stats. Start politicians need to start asking, why won't you give us the figures? Do you not know how many people's in? What could the figure be of mass immigration? You know, and that gives you an idea how quick you have before you will be a minority and your parliament will look totally different, and eventually it'll just fade out. You know, and everything, you know, and it's that's fact. That's fact. You know. To walk up in the Botanic, it's like Pakistan. Why is the question nobody can answer? What's the question?
Why? Why?
Why what?
Why is...
Oh, why is the question? Yeah. Why is the question? We know the answer to the question. It's just you're a conspiracy theorist. You know what I mean? But you know, before, like I say, 30 years. There's GB News of 3 hours night before we're a minority. Well, before England, people are a minority 30 years time. So yeah, it's not that far away, guys. That's our kids and our kids' kids having to deal with that. Like water, guys. Yeah, water. It's bought for me.
Fizzy water.
I like fizzy water. Nobody else does. Hit the thumbs up for Freedom Dad. Thank you, guys. Thank you. So, guys, I'm not going to go on and on. Anybody jumped on the live just now, you know, but just like I've had my moan. I was about being in the papers again. My moan about, you know, just more lies, saying I was at court. Glen Kane was up in court, right? And they said I was there. I went straight from there to a demo in Chimney Corner. And this is the facts. I wasn't there. I was in hospital. You know what I mean? I was in agony with my tooth. But, you know, at the end of the day, it's just, you know, you've got to understand why. You know, why the Shangle Butchers thing. You know, they're still throwing that out there to this day, right? But, you know, you got to understand why they're doing it. You know what I mean? It's to fucking get me unalived. I'm telling you now, it's the worst thing. Anything they can make up at all they say about me because they know I haven't got the money to sue them, and you don't get legal aid or nothing like that. They'll get away with it. And you know, at the end of the day, everybody knows it's nonsense. Everybody knows I'm an orphan. I don't have any family. You know, I've got my wee baby girl now. You know what I mean? I've got my foster family, of course. But like, you know, nobody related to the Shango Butchers. You know what I mean? And it is. Do you want to see something? Week. I wonder could.
We should not be on
No, I was thinking I'd give her.
that. Just asked it.
No.
I can do it.
What?
I can do it.
No, just ask her on there. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. Excuse me. Not long had something to eat. Hello, Lady J. Send her that. I'm freedom that. Yeah, so this going on the fucking papers, man. They're doing my nothing, like, you know what I mean? They're doing my nothing. But like I say, guys, they put my YouTube name up. So fucking happy days, you know what I mean? Fucking freedom, Dad. Fucking, you know, can't complain about that. A couple of them have done it now. I'll see you out in a wee minute, mate. Good man, Outlaw. Good. That's yep, that's what we need. Oh, getting to them. Jeez, oh, Bertie. I fucking getting to somebody, that's for sure, like, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's manageable. Yeah, I've got good people around me. I'm safe, you know what I mean? I don't fucking take any chances, you know what I mean? And yeah, we live in a strong area with good community with loads of windows and doors and camera doorbells and other cameras that people don't know are there. So, yeah, be difficult, very difficult. Plus, you can't move these days. Between sat navs in cars, mobile phones, drones in the air, satellites, you know what I mean? And then one of the biggest problems, obviously, amongst organized crime these days is informants, infiltration. So, yeah, like I say, I'm not gonna again curse myself, you know what I mean? But I'm not that concerned, you know what I mean? But I do worry about other people, you know what I mean? You know, I'm not going to say too much now because I don't want to give anybody ideas, but I have made some calls, I have sent some messages. I will be getting a chat with a couple of people that I think need to up their security a wee bit. No, right, fair enough. My base boom idiot. So, Freddie, I'm going to put Freddie on. Freddie will tell you about the night we had.
What?
Go on, just say hello. Just say hello. Tell him how well behaved we were. Tell him how well behaved Freedom Dad was.
I was well behaved.
I never done nothing, but I just danced.
You never stopped dancing all night. I will have a good night, look. I know, I've heard it back before, the clicks. I don't know how to turn it off. Well, how's it going, the Outlaw? Dave, how's it going? Touts, yep, there's your chick. How's it going, T-Brook? Will do, John Rankin, no problem. That ain't me. Oh, aye, you know me, lad. Thanks for that now, Bertie. Don't think so, though. What?
Is that my phone?
No, it's mine. Ah, Lady J. I would say so. There was a few.
Card of it. You can tell me the card of it.
There was a few things you said, tell me that I picked up on, and you were right, but you were wrong. Right and wrong at the same time. But yeah, I would say you do know me. You been good night, Philip? No Fred Astaire. The moves that guy had last night. Yeah, trying my best, lad. We're all trying our best.
We're getting the drum up this week, aren't we?
David Curry. Yes, I was in Ralph Gale. No, I'm not 80 tall, no. I'm still a pup.
When was he in Rathgale? What year?
Fred doesn't have a toothache. Charlie Beach, huh? Oh, I think that one was took down. It wasn't supposed to have been put up. But Drunk FD decided to put it up and regretted it instantly this morning. Oh, Murph from Banter, yes. Remember Murph? What about you, mate? Long time too.
Cup of tea?
Oh, I'll take one now.
I've got your cup, mate.
Cheers, man. I missed that one now. Ah, cheers, Arthur chick. Murphy had the same curtains as I did, if I remember rightly, back then. Sorry, guys. Let's go, Big T. I'm struggling after last night myself, like, got too much to drink. No, it was definitely away. He made sure of that. Here, you're right there, Arthur chick. I'm always in that kitchen making the tea. I thought I was the only one noticed that. I think the next one is the 16th of August at Stormont again. %, everything needs stopped. I am quiet. I'm the quiet man. Cheers, man. Want your seat back? He's run away again. Wasn't me, John Rankin. Wasn't me. Well, that's what they say, Lady J. That's what they say. That's all I'm gonna say. It's a quiet one to watch, apparently. Oh, that's me.
Cheers, mate.
Stay on your throne, do I know?
Oh, you're more than welcome. You can need coffee. So did. Where's my phone? It's Freedom Dad back, guys. As you can see, if you're listening later in the car, hope you're doing good. So, I haven't missed out on quite a bit of YouTube. What's going on in the world? But got the general idea. Shit, I'm gonna have to fucking plug this in somehow.
I have to see how to turn these flipping things down.
I'm gonna flick these around a wee bit, guys. So I am. Try and do this. Hopefully it turns. Come on. It's locked in it. It's locked in that way. I need this side, mate. That's what I do. Then you get a shot of power thingy in here, guys.
What is the power back?
It's not here, mate. That's the problem.
Oh,
Yeah. So I'll just budge up a wee bit. So I'll just budge up a wee touch. What's that? Fucking solution to every problem. So there it is. Right. Boots. Yeah. Sorry, guys. PM me when you've got a chance. Okay, mate. Okay. No. Oh, good. Oh, good, I think, mate. What's that? Yeah, I think so, right? Yeah, I know, man. We're good, we're good. It's all good, it's all good. Did you get my coffee? Did you get my coffee? I'm pissed at this internet. Yeah, mate. I'll check, George. I'll check. Cup's broken. Hi, Alison. Guy Hindley, how you doing? These people really understand who they are messing with. You know, you're only as big as your last fight, mate. Scroll up and read out some of missed comments, please. Jake, do you want to? What is there? What you want to see? What I've missed?
What is it?
Rule scroll back. He wants me to scroll back.
I wasn't on that.
All right.
I was on Facebook. I thought 2 seconds.
All right. Talking like that, then they're threatening people like me as Islam goes against everything I believe in. Yeah, you know, it is. It's like it is. It's just patriots. You know, man. It's pretty sad. It is pretty sad, guys. So how does this all end? With the, like I say, with the right political party, the right people in charge. Simple as that. People have got to get each area's got to do the thing. You've got to find leaders. You know what I mean? You got to get people out there that can speak and get them on a voting card and get voting for them. And you know, you get enough people like that in Parliament, they'll come together, even if they're all independent, and that's it. You've got it. The people have the power. The people are capable of doing it. But you got to remember, like over 40-50% didn't vote in some places. You know, it's set up that way. You know what I mean? A lot of people are in a lot of debt and they don't want to put their name in the register rolls. You know what I mean? Because once that goes on there, that's it. You know what I mean? Everybody's coming at you for their money. That's the way it is in working class areas. Everybody knows that. You know, so they know that. So people like us don't vote. Sorry, mate.
Do you know Candle 26?
What about?
First PM when you get a chance.
Right, okay. You'll need the PME, you know what I mean? Because honestly, you do not know how many messages. Messenger, just tell me who you are from here.
I can see your man's message that he's talking about.
Okay.
All I can see is him telling me.
Yeah, I'm asking. He's been asked to put it back up. So I'm looking out for it. Look out for it, mate. What's how you doing?
It said something about the now, etc. Scroll back up a second. I can't see now.
Yeah, he's scrolling up.
If
I touch this, then it messes everything up. So I'm just letting the comments roll.
I'm right at the top, and there's not.
The right people will never be in power because the ones who never. Yeah, to be fair play, mate. Pillar of peace. Keep up good work. Cheers, mate. Jacob King. Patriots need to stand together, north and south. That's why they won't skirt off. No, even in Allison, I did catch you there. Went by really quick. Mend your team, mate. Oh, wee bit bunkers. You're stuck with ASFP. We're stuck with Sinn Féin. Yeah, basically, like that's it. You are stuck with that until you change them. At the end of the day, when the dust settles, do we getting the politician in jail? No two ways about it. You know, politicians one of those. Yeah, but wait. I'll fuck. thinking of adding forward / immigrants. Window man. Good, thanks. Good to see you, Window man. Always good to see you, mate. You were offline for a wee while. We were worried about you. Yeah, we need a Donald Trump. Yes, Sean, I agree. Some of you can't understand. Like I'm reading like answer the comments. Like if you have an account, you can read, you can interact and all that. You know what I mean? And you don't need to give all your details. You know what I mean? You don't need to put your bank details in or nothing. You know what I mean? So it's dead easy just to make up an account so you can interact. Oh, Billy John, yeah, yep. Don't forget to hit the like. Thank you, Jimmy James. We are all a minority. Time to start acting like one. I'm tired of America taking TikTok. Yeah, America's a crazy place right now. Crazy place. So many different things happening. It's can't keep up with it. The whole Epstein thing's nuts. Don't even want to go into that tonight. Like, yeah, Jake McSee. Yeah, that's like I say, everybody's welcome and thingy to their own opinions. You know what I mean? Obviously the comments and what people say isn't my opinion, or I don't, agree with everybody. You know what I mean? But this is what it's about. It's about having a difference in opinion. You know what I mean? Some things we won't talk about is because it's too dangerous. You know what I mean? Yeah, we've got to look after ourselves. You know what I mean? It's crazy. You know what I mean? We live here. You know what I mean? We live here. So, but at the same time, you know, I'm not concerned about anything. So I'm not. Um, the future's it's doable, and okay, even with all the flack I'm getting from everywhere, I'm seeing a lot of positive stuff that gives me gives me what's just be careful what you're saying, guys. You don't need to throw abuse up. You know what I mean? Yeah, you just like and I understand a lot of people have got a lot of anger and hate for certain sides of the community, you know what I mean? And like, we're trying to like say, listen, this isn't the time for that, you know what I mean? There's no point me sitting here saying that these guys, listen, fucking there's fucking no hate here, no matter what you are saying, no matter what you are doing, fucking there's no hate here. I just want to understand why you're doing it. It doesn't make any sense at all, you know. And then you start thinking, is there an agenda? Are you compromised in all sorts of rabbit holes that us patriots go down? You know what I mean? So yeah, it is. It is strange. It is a very strange situation for us, for people to understand in Northern Ireland, especially for Protestants. Who's like, been through the conflict and the attitude of you guys, what the damage that you've done, along with the IRA and the IPLO and the rest of it, and it's like what's going on. You know what I mean? We can't get our heads around it right now. Sinn Féin are like being called traitors. Thousands upon Irishmen are shouting Sinn Féin out. Everywhere you look online, all the threads, all the comments, everything, it's all anti Sinn Féin. Sinn Féin are getting chased out of areas that we're seeing with TikToks. They're getting chased from people's front doors. They're being humiliated and embarrassed for no one. Jerry Adams has been accosted outside the court when he was going through that court case. I think he was out for a smoker to go out to go on his phone. And a woman who hopefully I might bring them a platform for, you know what I mean? I don't know if I even wanted to fucking get her into any harm, so I'm not even going down that road. But I would like maybe get a chat with her. There's an opportunity where I can get a chat with this woman because of the people and the connections that I've made. But yeah, there's all sorts of situations that us as Protestants, Unionists, whatever you want to call us, are finding very strange, very very strange. And then we find that the people like these guys, these hardliners, the dissidents are fucking like, whether the INLA or not, you know what I mean? It's whoever, you know what I mean? They're there, you know what I mean? And they're carrying on with that mindset and sending it down to the young ones, and they've still got formations. We see the way the young boys come out and attack. We've seen the battles in Londonderry where they've been fighting each other, you know what I mean, over some game, you know what I mean, Hurley or Gaelic, I don't know what one it was. And we've seen how they've come out like all dressed in black and all that. Like they're just operates to me. They're coming out, they're targeting, bang, 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 bang. They're getting back into their own areas, and yeah, that's organised. You know what I mean? There's men behind that. You know, so yeah, it is what it is. You know, there's no way we can see it any other way. We do not have that in our areas. You know what I mean? Our guys have transitioned. Our young men aren't going out battling. Yes, if they're coming under attack in areas like the Falls or the Donegal Road or the village, then yes, there's going to be a response. Of course, there's going to be a response for sake, you know what I mean? But like I'm trying to say, it's not implemented by anybody from our areas that I can see, you know what I mean? And that's me on the ground talking to guys and that, and finding out what's going on when murals are being petrol bombed or flags are being stolen and stuff like that, you know? So yeah, it's a problem, and like if it was our areas, it would be all over the news. You know what I mean? If it was Protestants doing it, I'm telling you, we do not get an inch. Protestants do not get an inch, so they don't. But yet all this is happening in these areas. The support for Palestine, the support for Hamas, and not a word, not a whisper. Nobody's getting pieces made on them. It's just come here. It's all right. Right. Enough. Come here. It's right. I know. I know. Calm down. Calm down. Hey, enough. She doesn't like that dog. She sees it walking across that part. Sorry, guys. Go ahead. Dog, do you want to sit? Dog sit. She sounds like a Rottweiler. So she does.
Jumps away anyway as soon as something walks past.
No, he's scared of cats. Yeah, he's scared of cats. So let me see. For a time to get back in. Oh dear. So the Roman Queen was arrested in Dublin for assault on female jogger. He had been doing burglaries in North. Cheers, Maggie, for that. Goose. Language is very important in these times. Yeah, it is, mate. Language is very important in these times. Yeah. And I think also being honest is very important at this time in life right now. And that's the problem. Sorry. It's okay, it's the wind. This is a problem. There's, nobody's being honest with you. Nobody wants to be honest with you. The government don't want to be honest with you. And they're doing everything now to silence anybody else that's being honest with you, you know what I mean? And they're going to use other people and other things that are going to be making mistakes and use that against everybody else, you know what I mean? Guys coming online that don't really know the score and how YouTube and all this works, and and mistakes are going to be made, and then that's going to be an excuse to come down on everybody else, you know what I mean? They'll always find a way once it comes, you know what I mean? And like we say, we know it's coming, guys, we've been saying this for a long time. It's all in borrowed time. Oh, Sean. Anybody see old woman attacked in church? No. Nick William. Who? Yeah. Seen it. Oh, don't cry. Yeah, Goose, yeah, and that's the problem, you know what I mean? That is the problem. People are turning off mainstream media coming online. And so eventually they'll want to control that then, you see. You know what I mean? If they're not getting, stop it, it's okay. Behave. If they're not getting the support from, that's the cat. If they're not getting the support or the money or the views or anything else that they're meant to be getting from mainstream media, they will come on they will come on to hear the social media. They will push on the social media. You've already seen them doing it. Um, you know, and at the minute, it's like it'll get to the stage where you won't be able to comment or leave any of your opinions. They'll put videos up. Once they take everybody like us down, then that's all you'll have. It'll be down to the establishment who you watch, because they now know you're watching your TVs through social media, YouTube, and other platforms. So they will target them platforms and take over them platforms without a doubt. So you will be left with the exact same thing that we started with: the TV, the original TV, BBC News, Sky News, whatever news, dressed up in a different way, but it'll be the same as the BBC and Sky News, Channel 4 and The Guardian and that kind of rhetoric. You know, and of course it's going to go like that, you know what I mean? We're not stupid. We know that. We know how powerful these people are. And they're just looking, they're watching, they're paying attention right now. They're assessing the situation. They're getting people in to look at the figures, how much money is being made, how many people are on these kind of sites, and you know, is it feasible to take all these sites down, because there's a lot of money going to get lost in revenue and all the rest of it. You know, so all that will be getting looked at right now. Well, Storm will be talking to whoever controls YouTube in Britain, and same with EU and Ireland. There'll be this, because it will happen at once. You know what I mean? There is ways around it. There definitely is ways around it, but it just depends what how far they go. You know what I mean? But there's no way around it losing a channel. Okay, that there's no I can't stop that. But there is other ways of getting back on to platforms. You know, so yeah. See, just relax. That's there on you. That's I'm gonna keep asking for coffees, guys. I'm good, boys. No, cheers, mate, but that'll do it anyway. I just, you know, I appreciate every bit of help you get. You know, I get, guys. You know what I mean? Really do. But I know everybody's struggling. Everybody's struggling right now. Yeah. So, like I say, guys, nothing's changing. Absolutely nothing's changing. Just got to be a bit more careful where I'm going. Um, Murph, you still watching, man? Are you still watching, Murph? What's the Johnny? I'm Glaswegian. So yeah, nothing changes. Absolutely nothing changes. Still be covering demos, covering any demos, what's going on, telling you what's happening, anything that's going on in Northern Ireland. You know, um, yeah, that that concerns me. You know, and I'm not here to, you know, I'm just being genuine. What actually concerns me is what concerns me, and it's as simple as that. Because as a father, you know, so that'll never change. Like, cheers, Jake Mac C. Oh, did you see the lady in pink? Yeah. This is definitely a 1984 communist state somewhere. Freedom of speech. Nothing's and something else indefinite. Nothing's definite. You know what I mean? I'm just portraying what is out there. You know what I mean? And we know the papers tell a lot of lies, but this is something else. You know what I mean? Um, you know, so yeah, we're not we pay attention to it. Like I say, um, all the things they've said about me, but that's different. You know what I mean? This is different. You know, everything is different. You know what I mean? Everything is different, and it's targeting people. You know, depending who it is, they can say whatever they want to say. You know what I mean? This is the Sunday life. You know what I mean? It's different in the Sunday world as well. I'm sure it was. I'm not so sure if it was Sunday life, to be honest with you. Mine was a Sunday life. Sorry. but I know what's floating about. I know I've seen everything that's been sent to me that comes from that side. You know, like I'm not going to go in and go on about it. Everybody here knows what's going on. There's a lot of stuff floating about in sites that are quite hardline. You know what I mean? And it's all happening at once. You know what I mean? Um, you know, it's like a contorted effort. You know what I mean? So yeah, it is concerning. You know, it is concerning. And then at the same time, they're putting an article out about me being at Glen Kane's court case. You know, and where they're able to put in my name and there's loyal like a killer because he was done for manslaughter. So, you know, like the headline is quite, whoa, you know what I mean? Glenn standing there, nobody knows. He's my mate. If you don't know him, you just see the headline. And like I say, the circumstances, it's the troubles. It was the troubles. Um, and both sides were fighting as ferocious as both sides fight. And damage got done. And, you know, it was a flip of a coin who he was going to be on alive from what side first, you know. And unfortunately, this man lost his life, you know what I mean? And, you know, of course, I've got remorse for that and the family, you know what I mean? But all I'm trying to tell you is, you know, it was the troubles, you know what I mean? You can't even imagine what it looked like, what it smelt like, what it felt like, you know. And this went on for many years, you know. And like it was the Falls and the Shankill, you know what I mean? Two of the most well-known hardcore loyalist and Republican areas. So it was an interface of them two. So it was chaos, the best of times. But the thing is, I wasn't at his court case. You know, I wasn't. You know what I mean? So they were saying that I was at his court case, and then went on to the Chimney Corner, which I did go on to the Chimney Corner. I done a live from Chimney Corner. Um, so it's just the headlines and connecting me, you know, to Glenn, you know, which I don't care, but to them, they think they're being clever. They know what's going on amongst all these Republican sites and stuff like that, and what the traffic is about Freedom Dad, Patriots, me going to Dublin. So, you know, they're no stupid. You know what I mean? They're no stupid. They know exactly what they're doing. Exactly the same reason why they put in me being related to Shankill Butchers the morning I was going to Dublin. And they've done it again in this other paper. You know what I mean? They're still saying I'm the cousin of the Shankill Butchers. And, you know, and it is, you know, it is just the optics of it. You know what I mean? If anybody's going to be targeted, they're making sure it's going to be me. You know, they're making sure if anybody's got a target for anybody to do with what we're doing, they're saying, "There's your man there." That's what the papers are doing. That's how dangerous it is. And it's just bad enough put me out there, right? Put my photograph out there and all the rest of it, and saying all this nonsense about me being against all immigrants and all that, right? And being far right and whatever else. It's the fact that it's the stories that go along with it, you know. It's the stories. It's like being related to one of Shankill Butchers. You know, if you're wanting to pick a certain part of our history or a group of men in our history that are notorious and well known, and just the name Butchers is enough to put fear of God into some people. You know what I mean? And you know, at the end of the day, it was many years ago, and it was nothing to do with me. I'm not related to any of them, but they keep doing that because it fucking makes me look really bad. You know what I mean? Um, but you know, like it was start at the first. It was the MI5 agent because they thought that would do it. You know what I mean? So you can imagine what that's like. You know, that's what they were pushing. All the papers were pushing about the MI5 agent stuff. You know, and some people outside of the circle or outside of who knew me were reading the Irish paper and thinking it was true. You know what I mean? So that caused problems. You know what I mean? But you know, at the end of the day, everybody knows me. I'm a patriot. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, I'm not going to go into it, right? But um, this is the problem. You know, they're really, really being clever about it. You know, and it's it is hard work. It really is hard work. Um, and it's not fair that it's this hard work. It's not fair. This isn't fair on any man. Um, because I'm not doing anything wrong. I'm not doing anything bad. You know, I'm bringing the facts and the truth of what I've known with my experience of growing up in life. Now, whether it's about what happened in the children's homes or on the streets of Belfast as a wee boy, or my mum Dan, or whether it's about what I'm seeing in England with the grooming gangs and other crimes and the way the police are treating and the two-tier and the judicial system and who's in Parliament and who's in control of quite a lot of these cities, and how that affects the running of the law, as we've seen with young Bailey and that other young boy with the film Silenced by Tommy. So, you know, that's just facts that I see that scare the life out of me, and that I don't want to come to Northern Ireland. You know what I mean? I don't want one of our young boys being victimised like that because he had a fallout with a Muslim lad in a school park. You know what I mean? That's the length of the two-tier. That's the length of how they go to promote and put Islam on a tier. Not only that, but also afraid to call them out when it's wrong, when things aren't right. You know what I mean? They're scared. They're putting headscarves in and going in and asking for their votes. It's mental, and I don't understand it, and that's just me. You know what I mean? And it's not hateful. Don't worry, that I just don't want that here. You know, there's nobody around me wants that here. I don't want anybody that I know anywhere I've went have said to me, you know, I think the movement of Islam into Northern Ireland is a good idea. You know, we think that the movement of mass immigration into Northern Ireland is a good idea. You could go round every single house in every part of Northern Ireland, apart from the leafy suburbs where they know they're not getting put anywhere near them, and ask, you could do a survey, and you know, you're not going to get anybody saying, yes, I think it's a wonderful idea. You know what I mean? And that's even if they watch BBC News and Sky News as well. They're still going to, you know, if you ask them to be honest with you. And that's the facts of life. You know what I mean? I'm not mad. You know what I mean? We're not mad. I'm not hitting you with information that I've just made up, or I think, and just want everybody to think it as well. This is the information from my community, you know. And you just need to come over here. Anybody come over here and walk about and ask people, you know. Sorry, I need to go. Okay, Alison, no problem. Right, stop it. Stop it, there's nobody there. Hey, stop that. See, it's over in that reflection. That's what she's looking at now. Stop it. Stop it. Hey, calm down, Ian. It's okay, baby. Yes, I am, Jake. I am. I'm working on it. I need to go and pick up a laptop because some really good friends. So I need to go down and see them. 10 years, do half LOL. Yeah, that's true. Need to go down and see them, and I'll pick it up. They'll show me what the crack is with it, and then we'll work it out. We'll work out StreamYard, and we will be doing something like that. Definitely, 100%. Because I can't do this on my own. Yeah, I got the tooth out. Right out. So obviously, like fucking the stuff wore off. I was in agony. I have been in agony. Last night was a wee bit of relief because I was drunk. Woke up this morning, it was agony again. I haven't said nothing to nobody. He keeps running.
Somebody had they asked.
Yeah, but no, it is getting better. I haven't taken your frame, but yeah, just there's a hole there. You know what I mean? So that needs to heal. And sometimes I forget when I'm eating and straight into it, and it's agony.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Every time you eat.
Don't cry now. Very funny, Johnny. Nay, look, we the bit bunkers. See men are better.
Paul nails.
Oh, have I any coffee left? I have indeed. Still warm, it is indeed. My girl, you okay? Mm. I know loads of chefs. Crazy, like. I think we were talking to a chef the other day, weren't we, mate? Oh, no, it wasn't. It was a picker.
We're going to have me confused there.
Yeah, me too. All right, Demo, how you doing, mate? Yeah, so I don't want, it's like I say, guys, I was out last night, had a really good night, don't want to go on about it. What's on my mind today is just what everybody else has been fucking phoning and sending me messages about the papers. I didn't really take anything too serious, you know what I mean, to be honest with you. But then a couple of people said that you really need to take it a wee bit serious, you know what I mean? So, yeah. Straight. Cheers, Jake. What are you laughing at? That's like Fred with me. So, honestly, guys, I can't say too much, right? But we got up this morning and we had tears. Like first thing this morning, like the hangover was gone just because we had such a laugh. I can't even tell you what it was like, you know what I mean? But it was so funny. It was so funny. It was a video and it was just so funny. But I don't want to say anything because I don't want anybody to think we were laughing at them. We were laughing with them. I thought it was really clever and funny, you know.
Home to the chef, but first they drop the eggs.
Visit Budapest. John, you've left your top here. So you have the orange top. Yeah, it ain't me. I do take it serious, carry on as normal. There's like, you know, there's don't know what else you can do. We're not gonna change my rhetoric. If you're not worried, you're not awake. That is a really good point. You know what I mean? It's like, you know, you've met them, you know. I have, like I say, I was speaking to a friend in Scotland who just doesn't agree with me. And, you know, I don't know if it's because he lives in a nice area, but yeah, you know, at the end of the day, he works in a certain place where he sees a lot of comments and dealing with social media and stuff like that. And there is a lot of hate out there. There's no two ways about it. You know what I mean? And a lot of people get like the real racists or far right, or whatever you want to call them. People that don't know, they're just hateful. They're fake accounts behind the keyboard that's putting a lot of really bad shit out there. And I think a lot of people that see that maybe think that's what everybody's like, but it's half of them are probably bots, probably not even real people. We are the real people. The people at the demos are the real people. The people you meet at the demos are the real people, you know. And then you make your own mind up with the far right and racist. Simple as that. Cheers, D. Maggie, you're not bunkers or paranoid. Yeah, stock's flat. See, it's heavy duty, that like, innit? It's heavy duty, but it needs addressed. You know, it does. It needs looked at. You know what I mean? It's can't be shying away from any of this stuff, and like you know, but this is what's going on. It's like I'm not making it up. For fuck's sake, you know, it's not me going out looking for the news. It's fucking the news has come right at me, and I'm not too happy about it. Like, yes, 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 Jenny. I've done Glasgow rallies, and honestly, brutal, absolutely brutal. You know what I mean? I was doing a live, and I kept going down because of the signal. Every time I went near a cop, my live stopped working. You know what I mean? But like, so when we were in George Square, I'm jumping about. I had the media cap and all on. You know what I mean? I was doing a bit of work with FO Media at the time, um, and I'm jumping about, getting everything, and the the fucking the Birds were there, right? The Rangers boys were there, right? So they were all there in black, masked up. I'm trying to get interviews. Why you wearing a mask? What's going on? All that, you know what I mean? And they were like, they weren't having none of it. You know what I mean? I just wanted to interact with them and get an idea and a chat about what the crack was. Um, and then they brought the Green Brigade, which is Celtic. So they brought them right in. So the Palestinians were at one end of George Square, the Patriots are at this end of George Square, and that's the end they brought the Green Brigade back, right by them. You know what I mean? So you can imagine all the Union Bears were straight up. Police right with their shields, batons all drawn, ready to go, horses there, that works, you know what I mean? But lucky enough, the guys back that they didn't go for it. You know what I mean? There was bottles getting stuff. You know, and there was a lot of cameras. You know, we had a lot of cameras there watching them, and I think that maybe put them off because they knew they weren't really there. We were there recording a demo, and they came into a demo like that. So we were getting the footage of the horses. We were getting the footage of the Green Brigade. We seen how the police were acting, and you know, it was no need for it. It was to get a reaction. They wanted a rat. They wanted a war. They wanted the photographs in the morning. Far right thugs rat and George Square. Far right racist thugs rat and George Square. That's what they wanted. It was clear to me. You don't bring them two together like that with a wee tiny thin line of cops, you know. Um, yeah, but yeah, there's no comparison. Brutal, absolutely brutal. You know what I mean? But the Scottish police have always been known to be brutal. We've always known the Scottish police to be tough, but this is different. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, you know, they were quick with the buttons. They were a long time putting the buttons away. You know, I've got quite a bit of video footage from that. Like, um, but yeah, yes, I get you in Glasgow. Yeah. Well, didn't know that. I don't really Republicans. Yeah. So yeah, it is what it is, guys. Oh, good. England tell like that. Hey, doing, bro? It's filmed that. Hope you're well, pal. I've got a video to send you. There you go. Immigrant arrested in court tomorrow morning. I'll send you the video, pal. No surrender. Thank you, Chris. Be Chris boy. Just say I'm not racist. Some of my best friends are white. The Green Brigade are plastic parties, not real. Uh, Irish, they aren't liked by plenty of Celtic fans and real Irish. Yeah, yes. I'm sort of getting that, sort of feeling that over here a wee bit. Can we put Ireland and UK to a standstill so that those in Stormont, Leinster House and Westminster would have to listen? Yeah, that's not for me to be saying anything to, Frank, you know what I mean, or commenting on. That's quite, you know, in the current climate, I have to be very, very careful right now. You know, very careful. The slightest wee slip of the way I say something or agree to something could lead them saying, well, you're inciting, you're telling people to go here and gather there and all sorts of madness, you know what I mean? And you got to be very careful, you know what I mean? Um, you know, it's what the problems of doing demos and stuff. Like if you do a demo and put a lot of money and time and effort into it, and then there's all trouble at it and all that, again, it's ain't worth thinking about. It's not really worth thinking about. Cheers, mate. Got it. See you later, Goose. Thanks for popping in, mate. Robert Rankin, I'm not racist, just okay. England holidays, big up, getting the illegal. Well done, mate. Well done. Lady J, I thought you found that funny. Yeah. They would arrest their own grannies.
Probably help them. Some.
Yeah.
Oops.
So yeah, just chilling tonight. We're just gonna drink loads of tea tonight. Get the dogs out later and catch something on telly. Maybe get another bite to eat.
Did you even made your last one?
Yes. Aye. Oh, I loved it. Like,
See it, no?
yeah, I took it into the kitchen. Mine, I put it up out of the way because I was doing something.
Didn't see.
Aye, the fish was nice. It was quite nice.
Oh, that's good. Let's see.
Fish and chips.
Oh, that's...
I like red sauce with the chips, you know what I mean? But I never got the email.
Didn't get the memo.
I didn't get the memo. Yeah, Rory. Yeah, there's so many incidents, you know, it's like, what about a protest in front of the BBC instead of the City Hall? All media outlets, you know. Yeah, well, you know, I'll say nothing. Yeah. Scrolling, yeah, definitely, 100%, 110% black cube, yeah.
It must be a Friday, man.
Huh? Oh, what?
So it must be a Friday, man.
Why?
He says fish on Sunday.
No, especially on a Friday, John. Even the RUC had more respect. And that's saying something. Yeah. It took some battering, didn't he? The RUC, like. Yeah, Maggie. Yep. What was that? What was that? I'm objectively balanced. Get down off that cross. Mrs. Resurrect your manhood. Okay, thank fuck for the internet. They can't hide things now. Aye. You see how long that lasts? Or you see hot balls. You know, because remember, AI, whatever you get in AI is what the government want you to see. You know what I mean? Whatever the government don't want you to see won't be on AI. It's as simple as that. You know, it's, you know, they're still saying that we went to the moon. Is Friday Fish not a jail thing? Yeah, Friday Fish was as a jail thing, you know what I mean? But it's
Hospitals.
yeah, but basically, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Roman Catholics don't eat meat on a Friday, so they eat fish instead of meat.
Well.
And I think, you know what I mean?
Any government building. It's
Yeah.
not just jails, no.
Yeah, everywhere, anywhere
Any government
that's to
building.
do with the Roman Catholics, you know what I mean? And yeah, it's down to their religion, that specific thing, where we don't have that as Protestants, you know. But we still eat fish on a Friday with them, you know. Especially if it's if the other option is liver, we're eating fish in the jail. You know what I mean? We did go to the moon. I was there in June. Good one. Yeah, man.
Was there many foreigners?
I don't know. I'm not saying that. You know what I mean? See, this is why you couldn't do YouTube.
I know this. I know. I know this.
Oh, mate. You're too quick. Oh, you need a delay. You need a wee delay.
I know.
There's a difference in generalization immigrants that have a same rate of welfare recipients. It's okay, it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Yeah, there's a big difference. We're not here to kick people out here, here to integrate and enjoy our culture and our traditions and our 12th of July's and our bonfires and don't want to change anything or turn our churches into mosques. We're quite happy with people. There's been people coming from all around the world to this country for a long time and they've always been made to feel welcome. There's never been people out in the streets complaining about it, but they are now. And that's because things are changing. It's different. It's not the same. You know what I mean? And we're debunking all their arguments that they're here to do the jobs we don't want, and their doctors and their engineers. We're debunking all these now, you know what I mean? We're starting to see the type of men that are coming in. We're knowing more about these men and what's happened in these countries for these men to be coming here. You know, we look at the crimes that go on in these countries, you know, and it's worrying. It's very, very worrying that this is the product of certain crimes that are happening in these countries, that these men are coming in is a product of that. And that was itself brings a lot of mental health issues, you know what I mean? And that's dangerous if it's not addressed and it's being kept quiet, and women and children don't really know, you know, how dangerous some of these men are that are being moved into council houses in some of our working class areas, you know what I mean? Where we have some of the most vulnerable families, you know. So yeah, it's no racist. I keep saying this. This is just facts. This is
Only
what's
saying your sound's very low.
my sound's very low. It might be just be me, it's very low. Should I put a mic in? It might just be me, because there's nothing I can do about the sound. Like, I can't turn the sound up, can
Oh, you can.
I? Okay. Put a mic in, so I can. Should be a bit of charge in that now.
Aye.
Hmm?
Where's the mic?
Up there. The mic rattle and crackle. Set the phone off. You let girls choose whether they want to breed with. Well, I don't know what that was. I always thought I had something to do with Good Friday, but who knows? No, it's every Friday. It's every Friday, like, it's every Friday. You know? So it's a jail thing. That's just how I know it. You know what I mean? It was always fishing, you know, fishing a Friday. You would tell your mates that you weren't eating fish on a Friday outside. You would. You secretly would, you know what I mean?
Steamed. Steamed fish.
Yeah. You know what I mean? Fish was good protein, you know what I mean? You're trying to get as much protein in. If you're at the gym and all that, you know what I mean? You're looking for 2 or 3 fish, so you are, man. You're looking for anybody that does, because not everybody likes fish, you know what I mean? So, you know, there's normally quite a lot of fish left. I'm a Catholic. I've never seen people do this. Well, I don't know. This is, you know, this is what I'm telling you, you know what I mean? It's not every Friday. It used to be every Friday. Well, it used to be every Friday. There you go. Anybody that's been in the jail, does it still happen? If anybody's been in there, is it still the same? It ain't me. I love Fish Friday. See? Fish is too dear. Whoopsies, mate. Whoopsies. Maybe I'm waxing my ears. Fish casserole. Don't.
That's what somebody said up there. We about bunkers. I used
Don't
to go-
tell Jerry Arms, but I just subbed. Thank you. Thank you so much, mate.
I used to go to my auntie Anne's on a Friday.
Happens in
for fish
hospitals.
casserole.
Yeah, I see it happens in hospitals,
That's
guys.
it.
Yeah.
It's all government buildings. Well, that's
Yeah.
all the government buildings.
Other government buildings as well. So I had fish on a Sunday, so we're all good.
That was alright.
Yes, Wasp, I've seen Billy Moore. What's Billy Moore? So I do. Yeah, Dee Dee. Well, was that Charlie Veach? No, no tuna casserole. No, Frank. No, 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 no. You catch your own fish, guys. Catch your own fish. Night, Jenny. You're right there, but £12 for a fish supper. 2
It's about 12
bits
quid.
of smoked haddock. Yeah, it is dear, guys. It is. It's not as dear for France because they've got most of our fishing waters. They have most of our fishing waters thanks to Stormer Lake. Can't catch fish. Did anybody see the video of them walking, taking a goose back that they caught in a park? You seen that? Just dandering into the block of flats with a goose, man, with the neck all twisted. The guy's like, what are you doing with that? Nothing, you know? You're going to eat that, aren't you? And they're like, yeah. You know what I mean? Just plucking them out of our parks, taking them home, plucking them, and eating them. You know, big changes ahead, guys. Big changes. If you wonder where your swans are going, you know.
couple of years ago, there was a Chinese dude was looking for me and my mate to fucking grabbing pigeons for 12 quid a bird.
Oh, pigeons, man, you fucking pigeon curry. They can probably taste a wee bit like chicken, doesn't it? Ah, they won't know the difference between pigeons and fucking chickens.
Even a few
Get them in
Chinese
a curry there.
restaurants, like,
Fucking hell.
even a few restaurants, like.
Yeah. But yeah, no, like they're even netting our rivers. I've seen videos of them, like, okay, we used to do it as well, right? Fair enough, you know what I mean? You know, the old poaching back in the day, you know what I mean? But we were all hunters, you know what I mean? We were all like hunting when we were younger, when we got a chance, you know what I mean? And we ate the food, you know what I mean? But like I've never done it, right? I've never went into a river. It's just too cold. But I know guys that do the Vaseline and go in with the nets, right? And many years ago, and it wasn't overdone or nothing like that. It was just to catch a few fish, to throw on a barbecue if we were out camping. You know what I mean? Maybe there'd been a couple of extra to sell here and there, but you know who knows. But these guys are going out and they're trying to empty our rivers. You know what I mean? Really, like, and they're there with vans getting them in so they can get them and put them and get them sold. You know, sold in the communities. You know what I mean? Maybe 200-300 salmon all driving around their areas, selling them, and they're making a fortune. You know what I mean? And some of these rivers and reservoirs and places are being stocked for people to fish in, and there's just going in the night with big nets and just taking them all out. So yeah, there's this is the stuff that, you know, all different. There's all arms and legs that comes off it. Well, I got 3 years, which I done half of when I was 16. I got 6 years when I was 18, which I done 4 out of, and I done another 3 years, which I done half of that, and then I got 18 years down to 15 years, which left me with 9 years, 8.5, 9 years. So yeah, but that was a wee while ago, you know. Killing swarms is not illegal. Killing swans is not illegal. It is. Killing swans they're protected by the king. They're protected. Trust me, if I get caught killing a swan, I would be huckled. So yeah, and they're a protected species unless the king signs something off saying that he doesn't care about them anymore. He's got other people he wants to look after. I don't know, you know what I mean? Maybe swans are right down in the bottom of his packing order right now. King owns them all, yeah. Looking for their cats, I think. Swans are only protected within a certain area of the Thames. Interesting. You want to fact check that? You can fact check.
The ones in the flipping waterworks were flipping.
Well, so Freddie disagrees. They're protected over here.
There was a big kick up on the flipping news and all, sure, a couple of years ago when they found a swan with a head cut off in the waterworks.
Oh, yeah. And the one with the bolt through its neck, man.
So there was a big flipping thing about that.
Yeah, I would fact check that, so would guys. Yeah, some fish in the chippy, I don't even think it's fish. I don't know. There's like, yeah, if you like cod, haddock, them days are over, I think, guys. Goose, pigeons.
I used that about pigeons.
Robbing the spud fields. Oh, the good old days. The good old days, goose. Yeah. Yes. There's no way you're allowed to kill swans. Halal. You know what I mean? That's probably how they're getting away with it. But yeah, they are. They're stealing their swans. They're stealing our goose. They're trapping birds. And they're eating them. They're eating the wee buggers are eating them, so they are.
Swans just big, that's reality.
I know. But yeah, bold as brass. Again, big goose under the arm. You know what I mean? Plucked straight out of the local pond. I know it's fun. I shouldn't be laughing, but it's just the audacity of it. You know what I mean? The brass neck of just walking down the street with a goose under your arm. Fucking, you know, it's mad. What do we do when these start banding together and buying private houses?
It's already happening.
It's already happened, mate. It's already happened. It's already happening. Yep, it's already happening. You go to, I could take you to Glasgow, and you know what I mean. I've had tours with some of my good friends living in Glasgow, and I've been taken around the areas and shown who owns what. You know what I mean? And yeah, you know, and I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that. You know, some of these guys are hardworking men that came from other countries and making a bit of money here, and they can afford the nicer houses and nicer areas. You know what I mean?
Which one,
What to do? Not something you can say in public.
No idea.
Yeah, rabbits are bland, but it's the way you cook them. You got to stew them. You got to put some flavor in there. You know what I mean? You know, soup. You know, her's nice. Her's really nice. But rabbit, you really need to cook it to death, man. You need to cook it to death. Loads of vegetables, loads of stock, and it's all right. So it is. It's all right.
Why doesn't the local news broadcast any of it? That's what I don't get.
Because the news is controlled by the establishment. They're not. The news aren't independent. You know, the news haven't been independent for a long time. You know. The only people independent is citizen journalists all over England and Northern Ireland, Wales and Scotland. Guys that are doing the citizen journalism, jumping about with the cameras. Even the ones that don't say too much, they're still bringing you and showing you what's happening. Curry, yeah, aye, rabbit. I heard a lot of people doing that with rabbit. Curry, aye. But yeah, it's how you cook it. You know, it's how you cook it. No problem, Phil. No problem, mate. Yeah, I just missed out last night because I was out. You know, obviously couldn't say nothing to anybody. You know, no point. You know, you are good. You know what I mean? Put a wee video up for all my loyals that'll get that'll see it straight away, just so you know I was out partying. Um, and we're all good. Don't. Honestly, I'll fucking honestly, I cannot look at. I cannot the videos. I've been saying I can't look at them. Can't look at them. I'm like I'm blaming everybody around me. I'm like, why? You know, why? And they're all like, you're enjoying yourself. Oh dear. You know, I'm 55. I'm not in 25, guys. But can't seem to get that out of the head. You know, but yeah, it was a good night. I enjoyed it. You know, what I mean, I enjoyed it. I had an amazing night. You know, that's how I enjoy myself. I'm not going out to talk politics. I'm not going out to talk anything mad or anything deep or anything and all that because a lot of people do that. Um, and I like dancing. You know what I mean? Yep, I like dancing. I like dancing with girls. You know what I mean? So yeah, it was a good night. Freddie was doing a bit of shuffling. I can tell he's that now for nothing. Freddie was doing a bit of shuffling, but me being a mate wouldn't film him. You know what I mean? I'm joking.
That's because you were too busy dancing.
Yeah, but CJ just dropped a video. Okay, we'll get a wee look at that. Disco biscuits. Nah. I don't do none of that. Don't. I come up. I don't know what it is, but I don't react the same to everybody else with anything. You know what I mean? That's what normal people take. I cannot take any weight for starters. It's impossible. Just puts me in a downer, ruins my night. The only way I can have a good night is sticking to vodka and coke. You know, doubles, and my body can handle it. You know, I can get drunk. I'm happy, no angry. You never get into any fights. Always have a level head somehow. You know, but you know, I end up in a good state. You know what I mean? Because I might enjoy myself. And like I say, it's once in a blue moon. You know, probably won't drink for a wee while now. I don't drink in the house. We don't have cans or do none of that. Maybe going out for a meal, but not even that. You know, But yeah, that's the secret. Friend in your drink. Don't mix your drink. You know, don't. As soon as you start mixing your drink with other drinks, you're gonna be a mess the next day. And try and get some water into you. I never got any water into me like last night because I can't remember going to bed. You know what I mean? To be honest with you, like Freddie had to help me to bed last night. Um, but yeah, normally try and drink a pint of water. You know, just try and get a pint of water. Then you know, not doing go. This is, just a wee bit of water as you're getting ready for bed, and try and get a pint, and that should flush your system, and a couple of wee headache tablet or whatever, and you'll be right as rain. But it works for me. And yeah, it's a secret and I having hangovers. Hydrate always. Yeah, see, I just don't like the taste of beer and cider. I've had a bad experience with cider when I was a really young boy. I had to get my stomach pumped out. Yeah, see, a lot of people can't do the vodka because it sends them in the nut jobs. You know what I mean? Fucking, I'm probably like that with whiskey. I don't go near whiskey. You know what I mean? Don't trust vodka. Don't touch vodka. CD, oh, that's good on you, but just see you've just dropped the video, man. I'll get a wee look at it when we come off. We always get a wee. We're always sticking you on, mate. I'm going to be coming down this week to see the boys who we were with the last time when we had a wee cup of coffee and that. They've got a wee laptop there for me, so that's going to help me big time. I want to get a few people on, get a wee panel going. You know what I mean? So I can relax a wee bit and let other people talk. A lot of love coming in for CJ, which I'm so chuffed for because he deserves it. If anybody if you want to put his link up, any moderators want to throw CJ Audits link up, anybody that's in here doesn't want CJ Audits, click on the link, subscribe, and then come back to Freedom Dance channel. That way you can go back to it when you put in CJ, it'll come straight up because you've thingy to him. Weird wine. Yeah, I like wine. Yeah, I do. Used to drink a bit of wine many years ago, like just when I was going out for some meat and stuff like that. I went through a wee phase of wine, but like I say, never been big into alcohol. Ghosts don't exist. It's demons, Lady J. Morgan Spice for me, wee bit bunkers. UB40 Puckfast wine. Just John Ryan gonna come out with that one.
That's how you're doing it. You keep trying, man. You just keep trying.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever tried Hennessy, guys. Paco. It sounds nice, so it does. It looks nice, you know what I mean? And you know what them adverts are like? Fucking triggering alcoholics in it. Korma. My favourite curry is a korma. I like a sag. I love a sag. But korma then a sag. Oh, don't lead. I'll end up trying that one night and that'll be the end of Freedom Dad. Jake McFrosty Jacks.
I used to know about Frosty Jack when I was 18.
So they all sound great. Somebody done a really good video I think anyway. It's not just because I'm in it, but they put a wee thing together. It's up my Facebook page, guys. It's actually up on YouTube, so it is. Just type in YouTube, Freedom Dad. It'll come up as a short. There's a short that's been done. It wasn't me that did it. Somebody else. Did you give the clan do or Scott Smacks a go in your younger years? No, to Alaska. I had a wee taste for Talaska. That was a malt whiskey. You know what I mean? It was sort of nice. All right, no, mate. Good to see you, son. Night cider, blow your mind. And don't do cider.
Oh, Jesus, super lager.
Tenor super lager, man.
Oh,
Jeez, oh,
God.
man. Jeez, oh. Nobody take that advice on, please. You know what I mean? That's a slippery slope down to the under the streets, like telling you, like brutal.
8.6 or something,
Yeah,
8.7,
fucking brutal, like.
It's like fucking, what do you call it? Orange
Fucking
special
like,
brew.
yeah, it's like fucking,
Special
it's like
brew.
fucking vodka in disguise.
Oh, God, rough. Monday's way, yes. I remember
Mondays,
that.
I remember Mondays. Mondays was by. Fuck's sake.
Sorry, Ursher.
The Hennessy sounds good, doesn't it? See me and him getting blocked tonight in Hennessy when ginger. Yes, I did. Paco, I've seen it, mate. I've seen it. I've seen it, man. It's heartbreaking what's going on in Syria right now. Absolutely heartbreaking. But yet the government want to silence us from telling you these things. They want to silence us telling you that they give them 50 million plus. And this is what's happening. Going in and slaughtering everybody in the hospital. It's disgusting. Disgusting. It's disgusting that our government is involved with that. Well, I got my haircut, guys. I got my haircut. Freddie did it.
Been upgraded to hairdresser as well.
Yeah, Freddie cut my hair. Been all right, innit? We seen it last night. It was looking quite suave last night, you know what I mean? But, yeah. It's got it right around the sides of that, guys.
That's all right.
Fucking done a good job. Yeah, you're right. Yep. I can't get my head around it. Sinn Féin, I cannot get my head around Sinn Féin right now. I like Bailey's. Yeah, forgot about Bailey's. I like Bailey's at Christmas. A wee bit of ice. A wee bit, just a couple at Christmas time, yes. After medicine. $1.32. Bailey's for the women. Yeah, I know, mate, but I like it. I like milk. I like milkshakes and all that. So you know, but they are sickening. They are sickening. Like no doubt about it. It's like Guinness. You can't drink it for too long. DG. Oh no. Remember Goose used to come round the bars and I can remember it used to come round the bar in the King Dick when we like lemonade bottles ate. Fucking potching, blew the heady, tenner a bottle. Back then it was tenner a bottle. Guy had it in his boot. Oh, you're sick, Fred. Don't be sorry. Is this the Freddy fan club that's appearing here, guys? Yeah. The FFC. So I'm going to call these the FCFC. Again, the police will be like that. They've started an organisation called the FFC. We need to look into it. I'll be fucking Freddy and all yous. I should check my platform is X.
Hello, Moto.
Everything all right? Yeah, I'm just on a live right now, mate. Do you want to phone me back in half an hour? Yeah, is that right? All right, son. Bye, 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 bye. Who's that? If the FFC are being paid to comment. Yeah. Yeah, we'll move them into the demos and all that. We'll get oh, don't. It could actually turn into something really big, you know what I mean? Fuck's sake, it's all I need. Freddie and Freddie's fan club, you know what I mean? Jeez, oh. What can go wrong, Freddie? What can go wrong? Ladies and gentlemen, you will have to stop talking to me now. It seems there's a little green-eyed monster in the corner. Aye. Sick. Checking on you. It's your friendly neighborhood. What's checking on you, Freedom Dad? Neighbor hoodlum, hood. You know. I'm in the church. You're in the gang, John. Fred's here illegally. Yeah, according to some IRA man, he's an illegal alien. He shouldn't be here. Okay. Freedom.easy another 100+ viewers because of Freddy. Right, all right. Sick, man. Sick. You know what I mean? I'm gonna have to give him a cut. I'm gonna have to give him a cut. I'm gonna have to give him a cut to buy me a coffee now. So I am. I'm gonna have to start paying him for doing the camera and everything. Sick. Is it that taxi? Is Fred working for delivery? No, it's my phone dinging. Okay, Neil, stack flats. You know, crazy information, but I believe you. No, no. I thought it was a joke about digging bodies up. I thought it was a joke. I was waiting for the punchline. Yeah, do you read that?
Just sit there.
Listen to him like he's putting in the hours. He just can't keep up with Freedom, Dad. That's a problem. Ernie White, good to see you, Fred.
Just sit there. It's my village fella as
Yeah.
well, I think.
I've got my mic just in case. I haven't got it in, but you can hear me all right. There's no Kung Fu Fred. Works for Charlie Veets. He's a cool dude. I've seen him, yeah. Yeah, nice guy. Nice Christian guy. Yes. Fred keeps up, he does. Apart from that time in Dublin when the IRA got me.
Fuck off.
You know what I mean? Everywhere else he's been great, you know what I mean? But thought I was interviewing the IRA.
Jesus Christ.
It's all good, he's just interviewing them. Fucking grip lock on my arm, man. I couldn't, you know what I mean? Oh dear. I don't want to shout help. You know what I mean? One of them ones. What do you shout? You know what I mean? You know, you don't know where it's gonna go, and I don't want to take Fred with me. You know what I mean?
There's nothing nervy. Ah,
We didn't know what was
I
coming,
didn't know what the hell
but
was
yeah, it
going
is what it is. Nice guys. You know what I mean?
That's right.
Yeah.
They kept the wee eye on us till we
Yeah,
left.
they kept the
anyway.
wee lie on us now. Seen us off and that, you know what I mean? Really good guys. But yeah, nothing but love, guys, you know what I mean? I know, I get it, you know what I mean? I get it. That's a bit much for you right now. We'll try again in a couple of months, right? Who's he trying to keep up? You feed him, Dad? I know, John, I know. But that was different. That was like the 12th and the 11th and all that, man. And you didn't want to come over. You know what I mean? But you know, you should have done what Chris done. You know what I mean? Just let us boom, because you know we're always going to come back to where we left you. You know what I mean? It was good. It was good, wasn't it? Good atmosphere, good crack. Everybody was nice. People saying hello to Freedom Dad. Somebody gave me 20 quid. You know what I mean? Yeah, it was good. It was a good atmosphere. It was a good day.
Nobody from the village.
And then it all went a bit mental that night, didn't it, mate? The old 12th of July, the Belfast, because we done Dundonald and then we done Belfast coming back.
John Rankin got his eyes open.
Yes, yes. And
as did Chris.
yeah, we followed the Loyal into East Belfast and it was amazing. The flares were going off and all that, and they were walking through the flares and I was getting it as they were walking. It was amazing, absolutely amazing. Right down, it was an amazing day, amazing night. And then back there, my good mates, and we all in the garden, had a good laugh. You know what I mean? It was a good
When
night.
When I got my breath back, I started enjoying it.
We had to have freight stops. We did. We had to have freight. We had to have freight stops. You know what I mean? We had to tell the bands to slow down. And we went, whoa, freight's sitting down. Right, lads, freight's up in 5 minutes.
You were like, that band stop, let's run. What way?
Fucking noise me. We're like, that for fuck's sake, Fred, come on. It wasn't that bad. It was. But we done it, man. Oh man, he was so glad to sit there. It was like he was just glad to be somewhere where we weren't moving again, and we were always staying here. Are we staying here for a while? Yeah, we're staying.
Do you remember when we got to the east and they put the seat down and I fucking jumped up?
Oh, but it was, man. It was a good day. Like it was a good day. You know what I mean? But yeah, mad, crazy. Yeah, that crazy. I took the life back down. I did, like I took it right back down. I'm going to edit it and take little bits and pieces out. You know what I mean? Because it was raw. We've been on it all day. You know what I mean? At this stage, we started drinking. It was the 12th of July. We just had to. I mean, I stayed sober for the Dundonald thing. That was a nightmare because I couldn't get service and all the rest of it. Couldn't do a live, and I was running a recording rather than doing a live, and it was a nightmare. Then I got my old phone out, done the live with that, and that's terrible. The lens is all scratched. So it was. I wasn't happy at all. So then we bombed it down to Belfast and got and my mates came and got us 2 cars. You know what I mean? There was because there was a few of us. We made it into down in East Belfast, into the town, and caught a few bands coming back. You know what I mean? We just wanted to catch the Loyal. You know what I mean? Soft spot for the Loyal guys. So wanted to catch them coming back, and yeah, just bring that to you guys. You know what I mean? Because they're an amazing band. You know. Yeah, I got a couple of interviews with a couple of Orange Men and stuff like that there, and you know, no Orange Man pulled him away. Don't be talking to him, you know what I mean? I don't know if he thought what, I don't know what was going on, but yeah, you know, it is what it is. Not everybody's cup of tea. Some people think I'm racist. Some people think I'm far right. Some think I'm an MI5 reason. There's nothing I can do to convince them otherwise. You know what I mean? So, if they don't watch my channel, then they probably won't know. They just know what's in the papers. You know what I mean? Because they won't be in the know. You know what I mean? You see, right? I know you're all talking to each other, right? I can see all my moderators are now like Freddie being a moderator. You are still paying attention to things, aren't you? Yeah.
You have to fucking read all of that. It's just a fucking serious.
Yeah, true, of course. Yeah. I thought you had a wee private group or something. I see nobody else going up with moderators. Fuck's sake. Freddie can start an our channel up for an after Freedom Dad thing. You can fucking knock yourselves out. We can multitask. GT Series Freedom for All. God bless. God bless, mate. God bless. Yeah, the Kai Flute Band. That's cool. Yeah, great band. Back in the day, great band. South Belfast Young Conquerors, great band. You know what I mean? East Belfast Protestant Boys, great band. The NN at North Down Defenders, great band. Bangor Protestant Boys, fucking great band. You know what I mean? I could go on all day. There's some amazing bands, but the game's changed. You know what I mean? The game has changed, guys. It's a lot of competition. That's not changed. That was fucking been like that for a long time. But just when I was a young boy and the Blood and Thunder and you know, it's just nuts. It was nuts back in the day. But yeah, it's sort of more regimental and all that. It still is nuts. Some bands are still nuts and they have a really good time. But there's a lot of rules and regulations and you know, the Orange Order stay on top of quite a lot of things and you know, there's competitions as well, you know, and people can win prizes, you know, and trophies and stuff like that. So yeah, a lot of work goes into these flute bands to get it perfect. Get the drum, the lead tips, everything perfect and tunes. Name the worst band on the road for a laugh. Freedom Dad, that wouldn't be a laugh. That would not be a laugh in any way, you know. I'm not going to name the worst band on the road. To be honest with you, the worst band on the road is the Republican bands, and you know it really is. Like they have maybe two drums, 4 flutes, and more flags than people walking. You know. Kneecap, good one, it ain't me. Boom, straight in there. Fucking honestly, you should pop over and sit here, man. You two together, and
I'll just, you can slam over him too.
I'll just make the tea and the coffee all night for you all. That's what'll be good about getting the panel, so we can get some people in. Kneecap legends. Well, Stevie, I like. Yeah, they're not for me, like you know what I mean. But knock yourself out. I would fucking watch him as much because I think one of them's on his way to the jail. Walking back to East, but it was John. It was a really good night, wasn't it, mate? We even had a laugh, didn't we, in the train station? Yes, George. Yes, George. Tulip. How you doing? 276 likes, 194 in the chat. Thank you all so much, guys. We're just chilling. Said what I want to say. Thumbnail's up. Said what was talked about the thumbnail. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Eh? RSD?
My uncles were all in it.
Yeah, so all his uncles were in it.
There's actually a portrait of my uncle down the bottom of Roden Street in his RSD uniform.
Yeah.
So can put up memorial thing.
Sharpshooters. Good band.
Don't know.
Good band, man. Shango Protestant Boys. Always been top of their game as well. Yeah, it's changing, Lady J. It's changing, Roden Street. We've been there quite a few times recently. I'm heading here. I'm at premiere at 9 p.m. from Waterford. Stay safe, pal. Thank you, CJ Audits. Thank you, mate. Take care. Try and catch up with you this week if we can try and meet up down where the boys are. I'll be travelling up to see them sometime. I need to phone them. There's fucking a lot going on. Yeah, say cheerio to CJ, guys. And throw his link up there, guys, once more. So anybody that isn't on the CJ Audits gets on the CJ Audits because it is interesting if you've got a wee evening, you don't know what's on telly or you want a wee early night and you think I'll stick something on. It is interesting. He's different. Happy days, mate. Happy days. Cheers, CJ. Take care, buddy.
What do you want us to link?
Yes, it is link up. Molly McCornett, yes, mate, yes. Cheers, CJ, man, and you, and you. Much love, guys, from our guys. Mossad do not mess about. They do not mess about. Yep, you're right, mate. They're up against it, so they are. You know what I mean? They might have more things to worry about than freedom, Dad. You know? If they keep going with that rhetoric.
See, he has PayPal.
Huh?
He has PayPal set up for the reason.
Who?
See?
No. Please forget the passwords.
That's wrong.
You know, seriously. It's a shame, like. He's doing really well. Alright, Alan, how you doing, mate? Thank you, wee bit bunkers. There you go, wee bit bunkers is done.
Oh.
You've just beat Freddie to it. He didn't want you to have it, like. He didn't want you to have it, man. He was like, boom. It's no one of them ones. It's, you only beat me by a split second. It's only them ones, innit? Freddie, you know, squashy. Who's the number one?
Oh, yes, I do.
You do, eh? Who's the number one? No, don't. They already sort of have something like that, so they do, mate. John Rankin. Ah, he's good. He's good. He had a good night. Let's just put it like that. Fred had a very good night. He, again, no, I'm not going to say that and then say that straight after it. I was, you know, no. But I needed taking to my bed. You know what I mean? I was fucking, I was taking to my bed. I fucking couldn't walk, guys. You know what I mean? But I was, my head, boom, hit the pillow. I was out like a light, but Fred had a good night. Believe you me. I need to go soon, but can I ask something? I'm an Irishman and fear our young ones are getting divided even more. We all need to work on bringing our young people closer together. That's exactly what we're trying to do. And step by step, we're working on it. Everybody's working at different angles and trying to be peaceful and loving, and kind and generous and hopeful person. Oh, dearie me. You better watch out. You better watch out. Fred's. No, I can't say too much now. Come on now, behave yourselves. I'll just say you had a good night. He was boogieing. He was boogieing, guys. He can boogie all night long. Hey, we chip. Sisters are lovely, Freddie. Marty says, you're Tony Star. Oh, there we go. Hopeful person. We better watch out, eh? We had better watch ourselves. You know, I don't mean it. I shouldn't laugh at that. You shouldn't say stuff like that. We don't want to set a challenge to them, do we, guys? Fuck's sake. We don't want to challenge anybody, so we don't. There was a YouTuber in England, in Scotland, from Edinburgh, and he was TikToking and he was going on about, you know, I'm here and all that. What are you going to do about it and all that? He was in the pub, so he was in the pub for a few hours going out and doing these videos. What do you think happened? Came and whacked him. He's no longer with us. You know what I mean? So it's nuts to even think to get wise and, you know, try and act a hard man and all that. You know, I'm not saying he wasn't a hard man, you know what I mean? But, you know, why would you do that to yourself? You know what I mean? Just be careful with the names you're putting up, guys, as well. I know Fred's all good with that, you know what I mean? But just anybody else, you know, have to be careful who's watching, you know. Belfast Central Station, what's the crack with the height of the ceiling? Fucking, that's a tricky question, like.
What's the crack with the head of the ceiling? It was the other week, and I can't even remember what the ceiling is.
I can't remember now. See, I remember the old station really well, so I do.
Westfield, or Central.
Yeah.
I know we've had to change it, the line refused.
I know.
Move Central till...
Why change the name of a train station?
Because it wasn't in the centre of Belfast. They wanted Central Station in Europa.
Right, of course they do. The boys, lads, hit the bog side. No names, loose lips and all that. Dull man. Yes, it ain't me. We remember this isn't a WhatsApp group. It isn't a private group. Anybody from anywhere, any walk of life, Catholic, Protestants, Scottish, Welsh, English, anybody. The far left, you know, the government, the police, I'll be watching. And I'm not saying I'm anything special that they need to watch me. I'm just saying we need to be aware of that, guys. You know, something we need to source, like we need to cigarette papers. The ceiling is that high so they can catch the glue bags with a big net. LOL. Well, glue bags was a long time ago. It ain't me. I don't mention names unless I know the person in the chat. That's all good, Lady J. Everybody's good in the hood. Yeah, Mac. Yeah, yep. It's up to you if you want to release that kind of information, buddy. I suggest you don't. I advise as little personal information as you can, unless you know what you're doing and you don't care and you're up for it. You know what I mean? Yes. Yes, I do. I watch Truth Podcast. I know that I don't know him, but I see him about and speak to him, and you know, I like to think we're birds of the same feather, same birds, whatever it is. And hitting that hope they'll be tuned in, and racism and all them ones. You know what I mean? Bitching to the government. Why is he not getting done? Why are you not taking this time? You know what I mean? Spent on a tannoy system in a silent train and bus station. There you go. Thought I recognized him from one of your lives. Yeah, he was down Bangor. I'm sure he was on one of my lives. You ever listen to John Waters, FD? Yes, I'm on the out there, but we talked about that the other night.
Because we've got him mixed up with somebody else.
Yes, right, aye. Yeah, I'm not too sure who that is, mate. A famous YouTuber got arrested. Hello to Gwen. How you doing, my lovely? I hope you're really, really good. And thank you for listening to Freedom Dad. Thank you so much. And thank you for being awake, you know, and, you know, for a plenty, you know, you need to give yourself a clap in the back. Freedom Dad, your dog's barking has done barking like hell, has mine. Yes, you must be catching up. You must be catching up. Careful Road, heritage, 16 members of my family. So comment. Nice one, mate. Nice one. Who was that? That was Mac. Thank you, Freedom Dad. No problem at all. It was an auditing channel. Sore. Still sore, yeah. What? What?
Oh, they are. Fucking tooth, but...
Swear to God, can't complain. It has been going on for a while, like, it has been going on for a while. No doubt about it. rehydrating. I'm getting hungry, guys.
It's me.
Checking what the Tommy's was last night. Shake man. People get a single chip. See man. Film Dad need to go now. No problem, Jake. Keep up the hard work. Thank you, mate. I'm an American supporter and I'm part of MAGA. I support all my family in the UK and don't want to see it destroyed. Thank you so much, Links. And yeah, we support you, Patriots, over there, and we know the hard time you have went through with the Bidens and the sentencing and being taken off social media. But you know, things are changing, which is good, and enjoy it, take advantage of it, and thank you so much. Pick the wrong people to piss off. Afraid of starving. Me and your uncle, William Laird, me and your uncles are old friends. Many a good night at the bottom of Roden Street.
Kenny and Davy.
Yeah.
I remember Bill. One of the best bass drummers in South Belfast.
Yeah.
Bill.
Yeah, he remembers well. Freedom Dad, do you think Reform have the spuds to sort out the UK? No, forgetting. No, I've went on about this quite a lot. Like, no, Reform isn't helping you guys out. But it is what it is. Just all I'm going to say to you is this, right? Think about it. The establishment control the complete all of MSM. They control the government and they control your mainstream media. Why do you think Nigel Farage has got his own slot on the mainstream media like GB News, one of our main news broadcasters? The first time ever any political leader has ever had a slot like that on a mainstream news broadcaster. Why do you think that is? Why do you think Tommy Robinson can't get on any mainstream news broadcasters? But yet Nigel Farage is given a platform like that. So, you know, why is Nick Tononi not on it? Why is all the other political leaders not getting platforms like that? The reason why Nigel Farage has got his own platform is to convince you that he's the man and you are going to vote for him because he's on GB News, so he must be a patriot. But you'll see as soon as he gets in, he'll do 3 months, hand it over to somebody else, and you'll see everything really start to happen. Then you'll see who votes for reform in the next 4 years after they get in, because they will be in soon. There's no two ways. I've been saying that for ages. Labour's their time's ticking away. There will be a general election within a year, and reform will be in because they need to get a general election going before a real proper right-wing party comes up. So they need to get reform in so they get that 4-year block so they can keep doing what Labour's been doing. And that's, you know, that again, that's not misinformation. The evidence is there. The way they behaved towards when they started the rhetoric compared to now, how they pushed everybody out from the right, anybody that supported Tommy Robinson, and we see now that they've admitted they're going centrist. I've told you 100 times there's no such thing as centrist. You cannot be centrist in Britain politics anymore. You're either right or you're left. The reason why you can't be centrist is because the left won't leave you alone. You will get dragged into there one way or the other. And that's just my views logically, the way I look at it. I believe reform is the biggest con one of the biggest cons ever to come across your shores for patriots, for the patriot worlds. Quite so many patriots have been conned, you know, and I know in 4 years' time it will be Muslims and foreigners and the far left voting for reform. Because when you've got a right wing a real right-wing political party that needs going to do what needs to be done. Then you got Reform, and they're the two main ones. Everybody's going to get on the Reform to stop that party. You know, everyone will get on the Reform to stop that party, and Reform know that. They worked at it a wee while ago, and they're just going to rake it all in because, you know, they know you don't need a crystal ball to work out what's happening, you know. Yeah, the right are scrambling right now to get a political party up and running. They think they've got another 3 years, but they don't. You know, once they realise that, they start waking up that there's going to be an election long before 3 years' time is up, then they're going to have to start moving really quickly. And something needs to be done really, really quick. And if you don't, then Reform will be in for 4 years. And, you know, by then, who knows how many people will be in the country? Who knows how many people are going to be voting for Reform? And God knows who knows the type of people that will be voting for Reform. But I know the type of people that will be voting for the right-wing parties. You know what I mean? I can pretty much assure that. Yeah, he's already admitted it. He can't. You can't deport 1 million. He says, you know, and you got to bring Islam with him. He's, you know, he's got no choice. He says. Of course, aye. Yeah. Nice off Farage, isn't it? Look at Brexit. He got Brexit and then disappeared. He's going to do the same here, you know. He's a tool being used by the government to attract the people from the right who aren't awake, and it's working. That's working. That's all he is. He's just a tool being used because a lot of people, mostly in Generation X and the older community, think he's amazing and he's the man for Britain and he's the Brexit man, you know. They only see the optics of what they're getting pushed out on TV. They're not getting the truth from YouTube, you know what I mean? So, you know, that's the con, okay? There's nothing else in Reform that says change. There's nothing else in Reform that says patriotism. It's just the image of Nigel from the past that they're still using. Remember how many Conservatives and Labour have went into Reform, you know? They're no different. They are no different at all. That's why I keep on saying they're going to be worse, you know? They'll silence people like me quicker than the Labour are trying to do it. Let's put it like that. I could bet your bottom dollar on that one, like, guys. And I know that might be shocking for some people to understand, but it's the truth. You know what I mean? You know, it's the truth. We can see what's going on. We can see with our own eyes where the sponsors are coming from, where the money's come from. We can hear the language coming out of them. You know, we hear the silence when they should be speaking about one thing. You know, nothing. Nothing about happening. Not a word. You know, took him long. You know, if he has, it took him a long time. You know, because last time I checked, there wasn't a word out of him. So yeah, it's not just what they say; it's what they don't say. You know what I mean? And it is the biggest con. You know, and it is very, very sad. And hopefully, you know, people get onto it sooner rather than later. And because I know people will jump ship onto the right platform. There is people in Reform who are only there because there's no other party, and they sort of understand, but they don't know what else to do. You know. It's sort of like you got a sink that's shipping really, a ship that's sinking really fast, and this older one's sinking a wee bit slower. You're going to jump from that ship onto that ship because there's no other ships available, you know. And I'm not saying everybody that's voting for Reform are stupid. I don't know what's going on. I'm not saying that. I'm saying there is a percentage of Reform voters that don't realise what's going on. And really believe in Reform and think Reform are going on. When Nigel's standing up on the podium and going, we're going to deport illegal immigrants, you know, people think, wow, yeah, but that's from the day he gets elected. And then he'll probably have one in, one out, just like Stormer. So he is deporting. He isn't deporting any criminals or anybody that's committed any. He's not doing nothing like that. Whoever's here staying, he's not telling you that. He's saying, I'm going to deport. And that sounds really good. But the truth is, you know, it's very easy to say it. Look what Stormer said to get in the power. And Reform now know that you can lie through your teeth to get in the power. Nobody can do anything about it. You know, look how many lies Stormer said that he was going to do, then didn't do. Or wasn't going to do, then did do. You know what I mean? So it's, you know, again, you don't need to take my word for it. Time will tell. Blame Fred. Don't know what that was about. Hey, calm down, wee wheels. How you feeling, Dad? How are you? Well, Connor Skyline, I'm doing good, mate. Fred's Freedom Dad, sir. Yeah. I don't know if I can turn around for you. Yeah, all trimmed. You know what I mean? Number. Actually looking quite nice with the hair gel on last night, guys. Yeah. Don't need to go to Turkish barbers,
Well,
guys.
if we were quick enough, they've probably seen the video.
What's that? Yeah. If you were quick enough, you'd probably seen the video last night
Some of them did, like.
before it was taken back down again. There's quite a lot of videos made. I've dancing on the 11th and dancing last night. You know what I mean? And this is the thing, right? You know, there was videos taken from different people. This is where the place I was last night, and I don't gonna say too much, but it was also strangers in there as well. You know what I mean? But all my friends doing videos. A couple of our friends who were there who didn't. They can make themselves known because I was having such a good time, you know what I mean, as well. They take a wee video so they could send this so they're like, look what I seen last night, you know what I mean? But I can guarantee none of them videos will end up online, or the papers won't get them, none of that, you know? And that's the community we have. That's how lucky I am, you know what I mean? You know, and yeah, I'm proud to have a community like that. I really am so proud to be part of that community as well. I thought you were something busy, Craig.
I just say nothing.
Yeah, a jail cut. It's not that bad, is it, John?
Or maybe I lost.
Sorry, mate.
Yeah.
So I shouldn't be sorry because it's your fault.
That's always my fault. It's always my fault. So you know that.
Not Reggie. What she said, like. So just chick said to you. What source of chick said to you?
Maybe it was on
Yes, Pick. Yes, it's a spur account on TikTok. Yep, I have indeed. Have indeed. Well, to be honest with you, I can't get my old account off my old phone. You know what I mean? But it's all good. I'll get around to it somehow. So yeah, that RB account's doing really well, like, so it is. But yeah, it's me on freedom.fd on Facebook. But there's another account called freedom.fd that isn't me on Facebook, you know, so you need to watch out for that. But just look at this who's following me, how many friends I've got, stuff like that. Yes, it has, Mac. Good, it has indeed. No, it's all good, Pick. I've took my hat off, I don't know many times to show you the haircut. Pay attention, John. You're meant to be a moderator. There's a time Robert McCartney was a good independent. Fancy going to the shop. Someone's I'm hungry. I don't know what I want, but draw your razor, Sinclair. Draw your razor. It's under the peak of my cap. No, he's been on the night. He pops on every now and again. He's not camera shy. Well, he has a wee bit camera shy. Lady J. You happy? He's happy. Okay, John. Fuck's sake. I think it's a sharp haircut. Yeah, that's not a word. I think Freddie fucking knows. Right, yeah. Okay, gentle Fred. That's not a word. Yeah, that's not two words you hear put together very often. So it isn't gentle Fred. Oh, you shouldn't. Them Turkish barbers. That's why he cut my hair. Are you looking at comments, not her? Cuts, lol. Different night days. Yep, Gary Belfast. How long have we been on for? That's over 2 hours. It's a long live. I should put a wee thingy at the front of it, start it, shouldn't I? If I could, saying, listen, you only need, you know what I mean? Because it's only the first hour where we talk about what's on the thumbnail. Yeah, but I'm going to refrain from commenting on that tonight. I'm got enough going on. Don't want to offend anybody or hurt anybody's feelings, so I don't. But see, please check your. I always say this every now and again. Please check your subscriptions, guys. Make sure you're subscribed. If you're not subscribed, subscribe. I know sometimes it doesn't make a lot of difference because they don't give notifications out, but sometimes they do give notifications. Notifications out. It just depends. So it does. What's the plans for the rest of the night? Well, we were going to keep that a wee bit of secret. So we are a wee bit bunkers, obviously, because of everything and anything and all the rest of it. But yeah, no, just usual chilled out night. You know what I mean? Grab some food and stuff like that. Watch a bit of YouTube. No updates, guys, on the guy in Templemore Avenue. You know, so I haven't. NI Disgruntled's got a video out there, so he has. If you want to give that a watch, it's an edited one of what happened and all that. 2 hours, man. That shop shuts at 10 bells. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Surely it doesn't. We'll be all right. We'll be all right. We'll be fine. We'll be able to get something sorted. Is the Muslim Brotherhood still funding the opening of the barbers? I don't know. Don't know. No. Can't answer that one. I'm still trying to understand. Would have gone to Spectator for 16. Spars open till 11. When the Cumberland Road opens 24 hours, I think. Fred, bless you. Oh, bless you, Fred.
There's my wee cotton socks.
Yeah. The FFC. Big up them Tyrone boys. I haven't had a notification on any subscribers in over a week. That left the YouTube. Yeah, the thing change are why just because of like the rhetoric that's coming out between quite a lot of dissidents right now, and it's just because of the time of year as well. You know, putting threats on anybody that's far right, that they like to call gangsters, you know, which is just patriots, and they just want, you know, the papers are adding arms and legs on it, you know what I mean? But there has been a lot of stuff going on about social media against me and Michelle and other patriots, and you know, with that comes a wee bit of other stuff, and I've been getting it all sent to me all week, and then I get a bit done in the paper about me today, and then that there came out in the paper today. And it is also because there is stuff happening in Belfast where the patriots in these areas are spraying stuff on the walls, and obviously there's going to be a reaction to that by these guys. So there, you know, there's probably a few people covered in the threat. It's not just, you know, who there's what we call patriots. You know what I mean? We know that everybody calls us far right. So when they say far right gangsters, you know what I mean, then we know who they're talking about. You know, there's no many far right ones coming out onto the platforms from the Catholic areas. You know, and I'm saying far right. As you know, friend, really, we're not far right. You know what I mean? Um, it's just the subject matter that we talk about. They like to label anybody talking about that far right. You know what I mean? Anybody concerned about your own kids, your own country, your own traditions, your own cultures, you're far right. You know, and yeah, and it's bad. It's dangerous. It's fucking dangerous. It's dangerous for a lot of people. You know what I mean? Yeah, I wouldn't say that. Like, I reckon they've got no shortage. Like, to be honest with you, mate. Yeah, good one. No shortage for the UK. When it hits their own doors, they'll fairly change their mind. I don't even know if they will. I just think they want the destruction of everything. They just want to leave it an absolute chaos behind. They're in power and they've got opportunities. They're influencers and they can either fix their country or totally destroy it, and they don't care. Maybe they don't have children. Maybe they just don't care. I don't know. I have no idea. I'd love to sit down with one of them and just talk, you know what I mean, and have a chat and understand the madness behind it all. Is it just the hatred of the Union, the British, the 6 counties? You know? It's quite sad. Cheers. Yeah, yeah. Well, you never know. Maybe one day somebody will want to speak to me, you know what I mean? My platform's always been open for that. Like I keep saying that. Anybody that disagrees with me is more than welcome to come on and have a chat about it live. It's got to be live, you know what I mean, in front of you guys. Yeah, the agenda is more worrying than hate, I suppose, because we can address the hate. We can sit down and talk about that, you know what I mean? I think, but the agenda is an agenda, you know what I mean? When we talk about agendas, there'll be money involved, you know what I mean? There'll be people getting bought off and bribed and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Yeah, I think there's a lot of money in supporting Palestine right now from certain places. Cheers, wee bit bunkers, but we're all good. You don't need to do that. You know, we're just chatting. This is just us. The only people left in this live is my community. Guys have been here for fucking donkeys. Yep, Ronald, you're right. BBC, Sky News are the lefty channels, correct. Robert Rankin, you have a good evening.
He's in.
He's in?
He said he was going.
All right, see you later. There's a wee drought. I need to go for a wee piss. Wee piss, man. Let me turn this around.
Me again.
Sound like a wee man. Wee piss. Go for a wee piss, Jerry.
You didn't put your hand up, looks it.
Oh, there's your hat in the background. Oh, they've got your hat.
It's not my fucking hat.
It was in the club last night, wasn't it? Oh, man.
Yep, Norwich is going mad. Yep.
Huh?
Saying hats off to the people in Norwich. They started off yesterday.
something.
Well, did he?
Is that better?
I was wondering about that too, Lady J. Seen that message? It's not my hat, Dee. Not my hat. Definitely not my hat. My hat's beside it. That's better. Just to clear that up. They're all about money now, aren't they? Thanks, Annette. Annette McCartney. Wish it was more like you. Oh, John Reagan. That's a bad word nowadays. Long story. Yeah, the government needs to change, alright. Needs knocked down and restarted, in my opinion. No, it's not Dave Cooper. Scarface. No, John, that is not my hat. Already cleared that one up with Dee Dee. Cheers, T-Bone, we try to be. Alright, guys, yep, always good to talk. Better come and get it all off your chest.
I'm just going to chill. Eat this crisp meat.
Oh, you having a time out, are you?
Yeah. It takes me ages to eat these crisps. I've got to eat it on the side of my mouth.
Just having a time out now, people. Oh, it's mental times, alright.
Make sure you
Well, I've
speak
had
up.
this a while now.
Make sure you speak up.
The DeLorean, Hoodie. I've had that a while. Get it on the internet.
Tell them what you collect.
Well, I collect all Back to the Future stuff. I couldn't even tell you what I've got.
Don't say me animals.
For the wee Funko Pops.
Yeah, they're worth money. Yeah.
You don't laugh at my collection, mate. Don't laugh at my collection.
No. I'm not.
Blood, sweat and tears and all that, no man. Oh yes, made in Murray, so they were. Right beside my school.
Yeah, that's right, aye.
Well, that was an Englander. Englander. Can you say that? How's it going?
That's easy initials. Roger.
It's a tongue twister, that one.
No. They do it on purpose.
Englander. Kerry won the All Ireland.
Hmm?
Kerry won the All Ireland. Is that the ones that were fighting, is it?
No, that's that against Donegal.
Was that against Donegal? Lady J's saying about you munching the crust in the background with flavour.
Cheese and onion, potato.
Cheese and onion tato.
And I've got to make sure I don't hurt my sore tooth, my gum.
Ah, you do alright.
Oh, yeah. Whoa.
Don't hit it, don't hit it. Please
That's
don't hit
instant
it.
pain, like. I would be tortured.
Seymour Hill, yes, that's correct. That's where the DeLorean factory was. What is it? Sorry.
Oh, big torture when you get all your teeth pulled out and then being forced to eat a pack of potato, cheese and onion.
Not gonna. I nearly done something on that. Don't. Says we're chilled out guys. But only on Sundays.
Wow. Must got to go out because I'm embarrassed about my dancing.
No Gaelic games here. Trophies
Oh,
named
fuck
after
right now.
terrorists.
Okay, man.
Mount Eagles. Is that in Seymour Hill, is it? Dunmurray? I can't think what that is. I would say the northern ones are wrong. Them Chris are making me hungry. Good night, man.
Yeah, we're going soon as well.
Good night, James Wild. Oh, Blacks Road. You seem to have family all over the place, Lady J. Barnfield Road. I don't even think what it is. Barnfield Road. Lost.
There's families over here with hundreds and hundreds in them, and like.
Rathcoole. I know a few people in Rathcoole. Blacks Road's just outside them, right?
Fuck man, that was sore.
It's in between Finnegan and Dunmurray, isn't it? Blacks Road.
Yeah, 2 seconds.
Blacks Road, it's both, isn't it? It's mixed.
Mm-hmm.
You went to Lockfield, I went to Dunmurray High.
I went to Durmore.
But I also went to the wee school at the other end of Blacks Road.
Went to the top.
It was called Whitefield. It was for unruly children. Where you went when you got through out of school.
The next step was Rathgill.
Well, there was that and then Jaffa.
Oh, fuck, I forgot Jaffa.
Jaffa Centre up in
Yeah.
Cliftonville.
Alright.
And then Rathgill.
Yeah, Rathgill.
That's where it all began. Oh, I knew a lot of people went to Lockfield, like. The park. Oh, aye, park, aye. And then Haybank, aye. Lisnavan, Haybank, McGabry. In that order. I wasn't in St. Pat's. I knew a lot of people in it, like. In where, Winston? In Rathgill. As I said, little J, family everywhere.
James English calls out Darn G.
Hmm?
James English calls out Darn G. £250,000 to fight him.
Hmm.
Darn G, the Scouser. No? That's James English, he's the podcaster. Right?
Hmm.
Darn G's the Scouser. He's a gangster.
I can't think who he is. I can't think
I'll
who he is.
show him after the live.
Well, I've always got told to shut that laugh up, Freddie, you're too loud.
There it's on, look, show them that. See, it's even on TikTok. It's going to be TikTok.
There we go, it's even on TikTok. Mental times. Oh.
Yeah. And that's not me putting that up, like.
I'm just asking if these guys are Provo or UDF. They're INLA, aren't they?
NLA, they're like if they're just obviously they're Catholics. They're extremism, the extremists of the Catholic religion. If the best way to explain it, and you know, I don't know what their ideologies are these days, but you know, obviously they don't like us. They've attacked our communities directly. You know what I mean? Rather than the IRA, where the IRA bombed the cities. They bombed Belfast and London and all that. Where the IRA were more targeting us. You know what I mean? And coming in the IRAs and yeah, there's other things. I'm not going to go into it too much. You know what I mean? But yeah, um, we know who they are and all that. You know, obviously it's like it's Belfast is a small world. Um, and I know like when they didn't stop after the ceasefires, but they end up getting infiltrated and all that, and you know what I mean. And quite a lot of them are put in the jail and caught, and fucking quite high command was compromised, and I know it knocked them back for a wee while, but obviously time's a great healer, you know what I mean, and they must be getting together again, but I don't know how they're going to do that in this day and age, but if they are able to do it, then it's definitely with just me and my opinion as Freedom Dad, the Patriot. If they are able to operate with impunity, then they're definitely getting help from the British government, and that's the way I look at it. You know what I mean? Because I know how good our intelligence services, I know how good the British government is, I know how good the security services is in this country, and at the end of the day, if I just can't see, it doesn't make any sense to me. You know what I mean? It's not worth it. It's not coming after people like me or anybody else like me. It isn't worth sending men out there to risk stuff. You know what I mean? I'm not doing anything bad. You know what I mean? I'm doing nothing but good for the country and for I'm here as a father. That's what I was saying. I'm here as a father. I'm here as a patriot. I'm not here as a loyalist, paramilitary, or unionist, or royalist, or anything like that. I'm just here as a patriot. You know what I mean? Nothing else matters now than the future and our religion and the future of our kids, our grandchildren, and what we see going on, and paying attention to everything around us, and really understanding things for what they truly are, and understanding that the rhetoric from the government there's a reason why you're like questioning it. You're thinking what, and everything that goes along with what we're dealing with right now, and the understanding of how the media are as well as the government. It's concerning. It's the cat. The cat lives here, Tulip. Um, yeah, it is concerning, and that's it. You know, and like it's not me creating the situation. I'm telling you what's going on. It's not me. It's not my fault that the communities. Some people in Catholic communities are friends with me and making friends with me and communicating with me online.
There's somebody asking, was Inland not part of the Belfast Agreement of 1998?
Yeah, I think they were just a wee bit slower in all organisations that come to the table. You know what I mean? As far as I'm aware, like I can't, it's a wee while ago now. A lot's happened since then. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know what to say, you know what I mean? They're not listening to the people. They're no listening to the people on the streets. The people on the streets don't want what's coming. Their own people don't want it, you know what I mean? But they're being forced to not be able to complain about it. It's as simple as that. It's not they're being forced to do anything. They just can't complain about it. They can't go out to the demos along beside us, in case they're spotted. And, we don't want people wearing masks. So it's a bit of a catch-22 situation for us and them, you know what I mean? And that's the only thing I can tell you is, guys, we're not doing anything. We're trying to bring Protestants and Catholics together, trying to break down the divisions that's been between Northern Ireland and Southern Ireland without getting political and without getting in any debates about anything, just forgetting about everything for a wee minute, not asking people to forget about it. All we're trying to say is let's just knock everything that's caused us problems in the past, and whatever there is that makes it difficult for us to communicate, let's just drop it. Let's just drop it for 10. You can pick it back up whenever you feel like, but let's just drop it for now and have a good look at what's going on the island of Ireland as a whole, you know. And there's nothing wrong with talking like that, you know what I mean? Because we do need to pay attention as if you're a Protestant or whatever, and you're thinking, what the fuck, you know what I mean? But you know, they're our neighbours. You know, we are on the same island. They're our neighbours. There's no border, and they have got problems. There's a reason why there's hundreds of thousands of men coming out all over Ireland. You know, what's up?
I can't see them.
It's the cat. The cat's out there.
Okay.
Yeah, came up and tried to climb in the window.
Oh, it's at the fucking gate.
Yeah. I don't know. So yeah, that's what it's about for me, you know what I mean? And making friends along the way, and meeting people who are like me, who don't have hatred and don't care again about nothing, just about the person in front of them, the human being in front of them, and having a laugh, you know what I mean? And trying to spend more time of your day being funny and having a laugh and enjoying the day, you know, whilst coping with what you have to cope with or whatever you have to deal with. And that's what it's about for me. I don't care what religion you are. I don't care if you're in the IRA or whether you're in the INLA. And, you know, if you say to me, listen, that was in the past, this is where I am today, you know, I think you're doing a great job. I will take the time to speak to you, you know. Without a doubt, you know what I mean? There's no problems, you know what I mean? With anything like that. I treat everybody in face value how they treat me, you know what I mean? But you know, people with the haters of this I can't be asked, can't be asked arguing, getting into it, you know, nothing like that. I need positive people around me. And that's what we do. Got a thumbs up, Fred, from T-Bone.
What was he saying? He's from down south. He's southern and Lava's back in.
Do you think the intelligence services are against us now? Oh, 100%. Yes, there will be, like we see with the Prevent. So Prevent was set up to target kids in schools that were being radicalized. And it was set up, I believe, wholly on like radicalization of Islam, you know what I mean? And that guy who unallowed the Southport kids, he was sent to them 3 times. And 3 times he got the all clear from this organization. But on the same thing, I have a young man called Kai Stevens who I'll be bringing to the platform very soon. I've already interviewed him. I'm going to interview him again. He's just turned 21. And he was also sent to Prevent by teachers, whoever, 3 times because he was right wing, because he had right wing ideologies. You know what I mean? And there is nothing wrong with having outrage. This is the problem. They're trying to demonize people who are patriots, people who want their own country for their own people. You know, they don't want other people coming in, taking advantage and being then put up on a pedestal or the 2 tier of everything that comes with it. We don't want that. We don't need it. And there's nothing wrong with young men having that ideology. You know, they're not racist. You know, if you come in, you want to integrate, yes, happy days, you know what I mean? But we're not changing stuff for you. You know, so that's sort of the idea. I think he's part of Homeland, which is another political party. And I just admire him. I admire him as a young man. You know, he has opinions about things that I think are wrong, but we don't go into them subjects. But yeah.
What's on the main street then?
So yeah, the intelligence service is against us now, definitely. Not completely. There is units there for right wing guys. You know what I mean? Intelligence gathering and all the rest, and dossiers and all that kind of thing. Yes, definitely there will be a branch set aside for us lovely patriots. But the majority of intelligence will be going on the madness of what they're letting in because they're non-stop right now. You know, they're under a lot of pressure. Yeah, it is pick. It's the fear of being at the front. Yeah, but it's not the fear. I don't think of the people. It's the fear of the people at the top. That's why we are getting all the articles done on me in the paper. That's why we've got apparently dissidents coming out and threatening people like me. Um, yeah, Stacks Flat, know about that. From balaclavas to burgers. Don't. Yeah, and and like you say, you can't take. That's the one of the points is, we don't have the schools, we don't have the school structure, we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have there's so many changes that come with changing a community. Um, so many challenges comes with it, and quite a lot of departments would be overwhelmed. You know what I mean? On top of that, our hospitals are struggling as it is. So another influx of people coming from other countries, well, they'll be wanting if they're suffering there. This is the thing because like these countries they haven't had national health service. When they come here, they go right. So I'm entitled to free NHS. Yes. So they go and they get everything done because they think that they have anything they want done. They'll go in an accident emergency when it isn't an accident or emergency, and they will sit there and and the doctors and nurses won't be like where they say to us, no, I'm sorry, you need to go away, that's not fucking, we're too busy. They deal with them, they bring somebody that can speak their language, blah blah blah. And that puts a lot of pressure on people who are sitting there who do have more serious injuries, and it is because of diversity. And there is evidence of this. There is, I've seen people talk about it that work in these places. Um, yeah.
John Rankin's leaving.
All right, John. Good night, mate. I've missed a couple of comments, guys. Sorry.
They're all these guys.
I'm 55. Freddie's 10 years younger. Thanks, Alex. I wasn't going to say anything. Be beacon. I'm just going to soak it in, I don't want to make a big deal of it, what I mean? I was just going to let that roll. Maybe go back later on, screenshot it, you know what I mean? Oh, thanks, mate.
I didn't get any compliment. I do look 40s only now 40s. So
yes. Thanks. It's the lighting as well, you know what I mean? But yeah, that's like just what we were talking about, guys. It's like fucking, it's no, we're no fucking hating on people. We genuinely are worried, and like I've always said, you know what I mean. Anybody come and tell me why not to worry. Tell me you're overreacting for that. Tell me are you overreacting, Freedom Dad? You're blowing it out of proportion. Explain to me why and how, and let me ask you questions. That's where I am. You know what I mean? I don't want to be sitting worried about my daughter. Like I'd say, I am 55, and I have been smoking since I was a very young boy. And at the end of the day, everybody worries after you hit 50. Everybody starts thinking about, yeah, because when you're in your 20s, you think you got forever to live. When you hit 50, you can't go over 50. You're heading towards 60, and you're like, fuck's sake, man. You got friends dropping all around you. You know what I mean? And all sorts of diseases, and you're learning about all sorts of stuff, and brain tumors, and all sorts, and strokes, and heart attacks, and life starts to get a bit more serious. You know what I mean? And then when you have a daughter at that age, like it can be really, really difficult to see something that you're so sure about, and no matter how many times you look at it, research it, do the figures, you still come up with the same conclusion one way or the other when you're not here and you've left your daughter on her own or with her mum, and then, obviously, as we know, we don't always get through life to see our grandchildren neither. At the best of times, even when you have your children at a younger age. So it is a daunting time for, I do believe, Generation X, because it isn't just about me being a late dad. There's a lot of guys out there my age with grandchildren, you know what I mean? And I know they're worried, as grandfathers as well. And maybe their son-in-laws aren't awake, and just see grandfather as an old racist, and it's difficult, very, very difficult, you know. when you know, if you know something and you do the sums and you can't, you're not mad. It's there in black and white. It is concerning, and you do just want somebody to say to you, "Listen, no, it's not going to be like that." You know what I mean? This is like you're doing it all wrong. This is the way it works. Blah blah blah. Uh, I've been asking for that for months and months and months. And nobody's came to deliver anything like that or show me anything anywhere that says that I'm wrong. And that's the most worrying thing as well. And that's why I keep going and keep pushing out the truth and saying that I'm here. You can debate me. You know, bring me evidence. Always like I've got the receipts to everything I'm saying, so I expect the receipt to be brought. If you're going to counter react or say I'm wrong or whatever. You know what I mean? Fuck's sake, man's getting late. Yes, been to Glasgow. We're not long back from Glasgow. Freedom Dad, did you have a clear mind? And that's why I always like listening to Freedom Dad. You have a clear mind. We can go off 40, you know what I mean? But yeah, I have an understanding of the world a wee bit, like, because I've been around. And I know England, I know Scotland, you know what I mean? And I've watched it for the last wee while very, very carefully. But you don't need to be intelligent to do what I'm doing, you know. You just need to be able to research, take the time to listen or take the time to look at other YouTubers, listen to doctors, professors, people that are educated, you know what I mean? Yeah, there's a guy called Jesse James. He's a good guy to listen to. He's a really good guy. When it comes to racism and all that, and he's a black guy in America. If anybody knows who I'm talking about, throw the link up. He does he does like a podcast thing where he sits people down, and he's really, really interesting, you know what I mean? And he's a black man, like I say, I don't really like saying the colour and all that because he's just a normal guy who you would fucking love to have a drink with or sit down and get a laugh with or get a chat with. But he highlights a lot of things about slavery, that's misconceptions. He highlights the racism that's in Black Lives Matter. And yeah, it's always good to get a balance. It's no point just listening to white people talking about facts and figures about black communities or Black Lives Matter or how they're maybe racist. There is other people out there from their communities that will tell you exactly the same thing. And sometimes it's just safer to go to these guys and rely on these guys rather than, people being able to say, well, you're just listening to a white man talking facts and figures about, and then the racist card comes out. So it's very difficult because racism isn't as big as what you think. There's very few people in the world that are racist. And personally, I don't believe there's such a thing as racism. The only thing there is people that hate in this world. And it's not just that they hate, if you get a white person says he hates black people, that person will also hate fat people, skinny people, and anybody that isn't him, But when it comes to them not hating somebody because of the colour of skin, it's racism. But it is what it is. He's just a hateful person. If this is true, it's resigning behind the flame. Well, the problem is, listen, it's like, I can't get into a lot of areas and, but in the Catholic areas, but there seems to be in our areas, it's been the houses at the flashpoints that are getting, but mostly you're finding foreigners going into these areas, in loyalist areas, Protestant areas. You know what I mean? Like the village where I'm from. You know what I mean? That was a big flashpoint. A lot of happened. Like you say, the place was bomb silly, man. I was fucking spending all my time grand. As a wee boy growing up listening to bombs that are right next to you. You don't understand what that's like when you're so close, you know what I mean? I'm like, I'm number 5, number 3, number 1, and then there was a bomb in the shops. Then there was 3 or 4 bombs, and maybe 5, I can't remember, I don't want to exaggerate, but it was a lot of bombs in a factory a couple of streets away. Um, and then there was I could go on, and there was a lot of action with the army. There was shootouts. There was all the flashpoints at the bottom of Donegal Road, and there was a big peace wall run right down the Boucher Road because the other side was the graveyard and that. Yeah, so that area now, the streets where I was brought up, and the streets that Freddie knows, and and Lady J there, and anybody else from the village South Belfast knows that these houses now people have been moving out because they're still sort of flashpoints. You know what I mean? Still trouble, and them houses are getting bought up by people, and then they're getting rented out to people coming into the country. Yes, that's right. It ain't me. It is. It's been blown out of proportion. The racism card. Checkpoints at the bottom of Donegal Road Street. Yeah, that's because can you remember, Lady J? Because they used to come out of the falls, drive up our area into the city. Because for those that don't know, the Donegal Road where we're brought is a road that goes straight into the city centre, leads you right into Salisbury Squares, takes you by Roden Street and Sandy Row, and then you got Salisbury Square, then you got the Donegal Pass. You know what I mean? Big massive road. So at the bottom of that Donegal Road, you got one end is the falls, more or less Broadway, and then the other end is the city centre. So they become right up because they would bet their bottom dollar coming up through a Protestant area. They were sort of the psychology was that, well, they're going to expect us coming out of a Catholic area, so if we come out of a Protestant area, we'll make it the bomb in. But obviously the army were cotton on to this, and they used to put up surprise checkpoints. So the IRA would be driving up, and back then it was a bomb. It was on a timer. You know what I mean? Most cases, the guys carrying the bomb had no clue how to work the bomb. You know what I mean? So they would get halfway up Madonna Road, see the roadblock, spin it around, and rather take the bomb back into their own area that's on a timer, they would leave it in our area. And that was just the demographic of where I was from, where I happened to be born in Kilburn Street in the village, and Freddie and Lady Jane, and many other men and women that lived in that area that were inundated with bombs in residential areas. This isn't the city centre, guys. This is residential areas, you know what I mean? So we were one of the only ones in Northern Ireland to get that kind of treatment because of the location we were in the Belfast in Belfast, and not many people really understand that. They always think the Shankill and East Belfast and all the rest of it. You know what I mean? But the village, it's always held its own. It's always held its own, and it's took quite a battering in the 60s and 70s, and it did produce men like me that were terrified by these men. You know what I mean? And then having no parents and all the rest of it. You know what I mean? Join the BBBs with the uniform and all that. It was only one direction you're going in, guys, and that was life for most of our young men. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's like I say, it's in the past. It happened. It's stopped. It's been a long time now. It's been stopped, and now we've got this madness going on. you know. Yeah. So what was that? I was. I almost got blown up. I'm turning eye. Friday night. I can remember that. My old cellmate was from the village. I swear to God, we are everywhere. Yeah, certain wee bits yet, you know what I mean? Places have been knocked down, yeah, there's different wee bits and pieces, but we've still loads of our old streets left, you know what I mean? I'm originally from the village, Freedom Dad's seen and heard many atrocities and unalivings, 80s and 90s, yeah, yeah. But when the village has always been known as quite a notorious place, but the bombs sort of eased off after the 80s, you know what I mean? So it sort of became notorious for other reasons because of what happened as these young men grew up. And a lot of people just thought people in the village would just be like that because they didn't realize what actually had produced these men to become, you know, I don't want to say too much, but you know, they were well got. All the men in the village are well got still to this day. You know what I mean? The problem is you know, these houses at the bottom near the intersections where there's problems are being sold because people can find better places to stay, you know, and we're not having enough children, you know what I mean, to fill these houses as well. Where is my cameraman tonight? Laura Quatelli. He's right here. He's been on already. He's not going back on. So they've already started a wee organisation. You know what I mean? The FFS. You know what I mean? I'm not happy about.
Oh, FFS, for fuck's
Yeah,
sake, right?
the FFC, Freddie Fan Club.
Oh, dear.
Lady J2 corporals drove in the IRA funeral were drove in black taxis. Yes, that's Corporal Derek Woods and David Howes. That's the name of them two men. But we'll not go into that tonight. Let's keep it nice and chilled out and happy, you know what I mean? It's fucking sad enough right now without thinking about them two poor souls. It doesn't matter what regiment, guys, you know what I mean? It's families that sons were never gonna come back. It's families that watch their sons die in a terrible way, you know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, not a good time for us over here. Up the FFC. Fred is the it's fucking
You started this?
Fred is the star of the show. Freedom Dad, more time for Fred. Sick, man. He's gonna start making fucking t-shirts and all that. More time for Fred.
You fucking started this?
Fred's still starving, Freedom Dad. He's a nightmare to feed. He's a nightmare to feed.
He's teaming up with Charlie V's friend, the two Kung Fu Freddy's will make Bollywood.
Yeah. My Fred will take Charlie Veach's Fred on.
Fucking right. That dodgy moustache he's got these days, what the fuck's that all about?
I don't know, man. He's fucking quick with the old elbow, like, you know what I mean?
Can he take one?
Oh, I don't know, like, you need to fucking, would you be able to get in there and give him one?
Yeah.
Direction or else. T-Bones, yeah, talking to each other. Smack says, oh, my bombing, so sad. Yes. Yes, definitely. Thank you still. I was just thinking that, you know what I mean?
I know.
You know, like, it's like, yeah.
You could go on all night. That's it.
Yeah, we would be here all night, you know what I mean?
And it's still the things you'd miss.
Yeah. And some things can be quite close to a lot of people, and some people are involved when people and know people, you know what I mean? And you know what I mean? There could be people on here who lost loved ones and no more, or Enniskillen and all that. And it's just, you know, we need to give people a heads up if we're going to talk about stuff like that, you know what I mean? What are you laughing at?
Me.
Wagner's on the side, I'll volunteer to do ref. Wagers on the side, wagers. Yes, definitely, mate. We never forget, but you know, a time and a place, innit, mate? You agree? I know you agree. Time and a place, guys.
You're like your mom from Saturday Night Fever. dancing in that video last night.
Yeah. Well, John Travolta, I can take that all day long.
You shouldn't have fucked that up.
I can take that all day. John Travolta.
Everybody's seen
John
it,
Travolta, man. Everybody liked how John Travolta moved
Everybody must
in
have
Pulp
seen it
Fiction,
before
you know what I
got it
mean?
down. You weren't quick enough to get it down, man.
I didn't know. It was just, I knew, right? So we put it up just because I never done a live. So we knew if we put it up, left it up for a wee bit, brought it back down again, just genuinely, Fuse would see it, you know what I mean? You was get a laugh and stuff like that, you know. I'll maybe put a wee clip up somewhere just for those that didn't see it. Just a wee, maybe put a wee funny tune to it for you, you know what I mean? Take the piss right out of myself. But yeah, before somebody else does it. You know what I mean?
Mark McCabe, maniac. Oh, you were person about that.
Yeah. Was there? Was there? He can even remember the song?
Oh,
Okay, now, man. There was some pumping tunes on before that, you know what I mean?
they've probably scarred some people for life, you know what I mean?
Should have fucking came with a warning, shouldn't it, man? So you had a choice. No one
You were warned to put that up.
I'm talking about for those that watched it, man. Should have come up with them. You know when it comes up, are you sure you want to watch this video?
What was it? You want ready quick, man.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh dear.
But why not?
I'll take that now.
Yeah. Listen. We don't really get to have much fun, to be honest with you.
Strictly come dancing, been in contact.
No, we do have a laugh, right? You know what I mean? But it is quite a lot of stuff. Everything's quite serious. You know what I mean? Everything is quite serious. You've got to believe that, you know what I mean? You know, just with all the stuff that comes out in the papers and trying to deal with it. And, you know, it is, you know, you always worry in case somebody fucking just believes it, you know what I mean? And then it's just getting it into your head that nobody actually buys the paper. Stop and worrying about it, and you know, just be yourself. You know what I mean? But it's difficult, you know, difficult for everybody around me. You know what I mean? Because the most common thing that people say around me is, "Stop." I swear to God, do you really need to do this? You know what I mean? Don't go there. Don't do that. That's the common thread of people around me. You know what I mean? And obviously it's because they care about me. You know, there's nobody pushing me. There's nobody saying do this. You know, the people who give me encouragement are the general public who I meet on the street. What is it?
Just wondering. Somebody talking along. Oh, put a camera in, we'll see Freddy's eyes. And then somebody talking going, it's just rewinding. He's on talking for about 20 minutes, so yeah, just
I know. Yeah, rewind it. I can rewind it if you want to watch Fred. Away you go. Fuck's sake. I've lost my train of thought. But anyway, there's nobody pushing me to do this. There's nobody, no backing, no sponsorship, no money from nothing and nobody, nothing to do with anything and anyone but me and my good friends and people who are classed as family, who I trust with my life. But what I'm trying to say is like, there's nobody there. It's just me. Everybody tells me not to do it. Everybody tells me be careful. Everybody tells me that the dangers and all the rest of it. But the thing is, the public are the ones that keep telling me not to stop. Everywhere I go, and I mean everywhere I go, there's people telling me, and it's always the same. Keep doing what you're doing. Don't stop, Freedom Dad. I swear to God, you know what I mean? Freddie will tell you. He's always taking the piss out of me, you know what I mean?
I can't help it.
No, he's jealous. He's jealous, you know what I mean? That's you know. Well, this is now. Now it's gonna be Freddie, Freddie, and I'm gonna be walking around going, "What the fuck?" You know what I mean? Well, people are gonna be shouting, "Freddie," just to annoy me now, and not even look at me. Just go, "Hi, Freddie, good to see you." You know, when you doing it, you're going online soon again. Yeah, we have a good laugh. We do have a good laugh. Everybody in Northern has a good laugh. You always get a good laugh over here, guys. Wasn't always like that. Freedom Dad, who we want Freddie. Now's the time. Good.
Don't like it.
You'll get used to it. You'll get used to it. Sick.
Oh, somebody's going. Jay Noble.
Sorry, no, Jay Noble. See you later, mate. But yeah, at least if anything ever happens to me, Freddie be there to let you know if I get anything. Can't, you know, at the end of the day, talking about the government, police, you know what I mean? But, like I say, got a good legal team, you know what I mean? Tony Martin, all right, mate? How you doing? Tony Martin, yep. I hope all's good, mate. You have to laugh or you'll go, yeah, definitely. Definitely. You got to catch up, maybe get another wee interview. Yeah, we're just talking about the bit in the paper today. NLA flexing. NRA were flexing, so they were. But yeah, it's like Tony, it's everywhere. I'm getting loads of stuff sent to me from the Irish Republican News, which we know who that is, and yeah, they've been putting stuff up about me and other groups and wee groups here and there. Some of them very small, most of them hardline groups, but very small groups. But you know, it tells us a lot. You know what I mean? So we've seen it sort of coming. This article that came out today. You know what I mean? Because it is moving about social media. You know, stuff's been going up, sprayed up in national areas. Um, patriots that live in that area are spraying stuff up at night time on like housing department bus vans and stuff like that, and saying stuff about the GAA. You know what I mean? So they're showing people in the communities are showing they're not happy, but so maybe they're flexing on them as well. So you know, it's a very strange time. So it is very strange time. He's laughing at you, B raccoon. He's laughing at you. He's not laughing at you. He's laughing at your comment.
Now, how did you know that?
Because it came up at the same time. I think there's nobody. There's no conflict. There's nobody running anything. You know what I mean? Good one, mate. Good one. Freedom that absolutely horrible. The crap you take from the media, I judge for myself. Your sound. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, aye. There'll be more to come, no doubt. You know what I mean? Um, yeah, it's like every 2 weeks, every second Sunday, and then in between that, we've got the Irish papers and the Belfast Tally getting a wee digging every now and again. I like I say, I'm not doing nothing wrong. You know, I'm not a cousin of the Shangle Butchers. I never went to Glenn's court case. You know, gotta be careful what I say as well. You know what I mean? But yeah, they're wrong on so many levels, and they know they're wrong. They know that. This is the thing. They know they're just doing it because, you know, it's a way of trying bringing me down, to try and scare me into stopping, putting me under pressure, you know, and then with all this other stuff coming out, and they're all running through all the IRA sort of supporters, you know, and hand me down sort of thing from the originals, from the original the IRA that we knew. You know, it's concerning. It's concerning when they're throwing your real name about and, you know, going along with the rhetoric of the government and all that. You're like, come on, man, you must have a bit of intel. You aren't stupid. You must have guys on the street that know the score, you know what I mean? But, you know, if they do, then why are they doing it? You know, it's obviously because the government want them to do it. They want pressure put on me coming from all directions, you know what I mean? They tried it with my own community. They tried it by going straight down the MI5 route, working for the agents, police, whatever, intel, from my Scottish trial, and you know, put me in quite a bit of danger in my own community, you know. But and now it's the other side now that are coming at me. So yeah, it's always seems to be orchestrated. Seems to be an awful lot of coincidence, you know, and I've just gotta go with it. Go with my gut. You would, you know, if you know, you. Some people don't believe in coincidences, and when you're doing stuff like this, I don't think you should be. I think you should have every option opened and not worry about being paranoid. It's not a time to worry about being, you know, anybody calling you paranoid. I don't care. You know what I mean? Do not care. You know, it's Northern Ireland. Paranoia keeps you alive. That's everybody knows that. You know what I mean? So, um, yeah, it is what it is. Laura has video on pause. Those eyes. Thank you. I know you're talking about Fred. I'm just going to say thank you anyway. Laura has the video paused in my eyes.
Stalker alert.
It's actually your eyes.
Stalker alert.
Your grandfather was a great man too. NICV. Your grandfather was a great man too. We need to go back. The band, like Alex Green, the band. See if it was my granddad. Oh yeah. Yes, this, yeah. What time is it?
It's 20 past 10.
Hungry. I am hungry, guys. Hungry. Toast. Know what I made Freddy yesterday? A strawberry sandwich. It's one I've been doing it for years. Been doing it for years. Strawberries on bread and butter with a bit of sugar. Please try it, guys. Please try it. I know they're talking about it down in England, Wimbledon and all that, but I've been doing it for years. Anybody that knows me knows about my strawberry sandwiches. And not everybody will try them. For some reason, they just go, what? You know, they don't think that jam is exactly that, strawberry and sugar, strawberries and sugar. But for some reason, they just cannot get their head around it. But those that try it are like, wow, you know what I mean? And another good, really nice thing that we've been doing for donkeys over here is orange and toast. You know, peel an orange, put it in the segments, put it 2 rounds of toast on a plate, put your oranges all over the toast, sugar on top of it, knife and fork, away you go. Delightful. Absolutely delightful and refreshing and healthy in the morning. Strawberry with Nutella. Yeah, I've never tried that. Brown sauce, oh yes. I can remember the old brown sauce sandwiches, Dee. Yeah, cheese and toast, cheese and jam. Had a wee notion for cheese and jam every now and again. Cheap chips and scampi. Too heavy for this time of night, mate, for me. Yeah, brown sauce sandwiches. You could see you had to get brought up brown sauce. I was thinking it was brown sauce.
Brown sauce.
Yeah.
I had that.
Corned beef and brown sauce is one of the best sandwiches in the world, I think.
I was talking to somebody earlier about that.
Yeah, honestly, like it really is. It's because you don't get it that often, you know what I mean? But yeah. Orange and cheese on toast, mate. Oh no.
Definitely some wrong in that.
Child aged 9 abducted in West Belfast.
What?
Child aged 9 abducted in West Belfast.
What's that?
That's I don't know what could be a Protestant or a Catholic area in West Belfast.
No, I can't see the thing, the message.
I'm behind, like I'm catching up here.
I must have had when I was in the kitchen.
No, it's not that long ago. Go from the bottom and work your way up. It's not that far up. Check. Right, Tulip, come on. You are stinking because you've been stealing cat food. Right, let me have a look here.
can't see it.
No, nothing here. Nothing on the in the Patriot world, guys. That's not saying it hasn't happened.
Try Banter with a can of tuna.
I would do that. I would do that in the jail. Yeah, I would do that in the jail. That was when if we were doing the gym. Trying.
Shell protein.
Yeah. Sorry, Northern Ireland conflict videos. I know we shouldn't really be talking about this, eh? Because it is making me hungry. I feel like walking to Tesco's right now for corned beef. So I do. Yeah, that sounds good. A leftover kebab and a pot noodle. Yeah. Had a fish supper the day, Robert Rankin.
Boys are just wrong,
Huh?
just wrong. Fucking pan noodle and kebab.
Yeah. Right. The only other place now to check is X. Have you seen that? Have you seen them shooting the thingy through the...
What that madness.
That's over here. Yeah, I think it's Catholics and Catholics, to be honest with you. Something to do with football, Gaelic, something like that.
All Ireland or something, isn't it?
Yeah, something like that, aye.
Bobby Grattans.
Bobby Grattan's, man. Oh, me and my mum used to go to Bobby Grattan's every Saturday. Every Saturday. That was one of the amazing memories I have of my mum. You know, honestly, guys. And it was just part of our Saturday. She used to go into town. That was when the click gates and everybody was getting searched by the soldiers and police. Yeah, I can't mind if it was in the way or the way back, but just the cubicles, the way the cubicles were and the salt and the vinegar and the newspaper and all that. It was just an amazing chippy. Proper chunky, soft, fluffy chips. I'll never forget it. You know what I mean?
And the fucking newspaper, they were fucking great.
Oh, mate, memories.
You never get fucking chips that taste like that.
No.
You know, really.
No, I've never been able. Fucking honestly, like I don't know what's wrong with the chips. Why they can't? There is a couple of chips.
They're not potato. They're not potato and they're not fucking.
Pucker pies. I'm not really in the pucker pies, like, but yeah. Beaties, oh god, beaties. I was on beaties. All our chippies were good. All our chippies were good. Supreme Chippy and Sandy Row.
Longs.
No, this is a problem. Things were so good, you know what I mean? Some people are so unhappy because they can't make it any better. It's like everything's worse. You know what I mean? I grow my own spuds feet. Yeah, I've done that. Believe it or not. Yeah, I fucking grew spuds. Spuds are easy to grow, so they are. Yeah, I am quite good at growing stuff. To be honest with you.
That stuff's probably dead.
You what?
I had fucking stuff out the back.
Did you?
Brussels sprouts and all. So
There's not even water in them.
probably not. No. That's a boy upstairs has.
See, if you've got a community hang where everybody have, say, like, there's shitloads of food there, shitloads of food there, that'll be ready to eat such a time, then everybody will be like, well, fucking, we need to keep, you know what I mean?
I'm probably in a minute or so.
Yeah, no, it's not the kind of no, it's not the kind of place you can do that. Like wheat bread with a fry up. Oh yes, yes, oh yes, oh yes. We're the fry up specialists over here, guys. Yes, I just don't have the ground or the time to grow everything right now. I no, I've no. Well, I've got a daughter in Scotland, and you know that's it. It's just me, just me. I'm not related to Shangle Pictures. You know what I mean? Yeah, no family in Scotland, just my daughter, and no family over here. Just my family, who I call family, around me. What's that mean?
John Rankin, he's saying that didn't know something about that girl Laura. But I don't know, he's talking about her fucking chapel and maybe not.
Yeah, is it? I know, mate.
So,
Yeah.
it's not that.
I don't know. Fucking don't ask me, mate. Not this time of night. This hungry.
The hanger. The hanger.
Indeed. We're going to come a time. I must not feed him that the footies. Was like that footies was Derry versus Boys League of Ireland soccer. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Bethany Fish and Chip Shop, Balmount Road. Yeah, yes. Ringing the bells, these are, man. Bobby Grattan's was the best, but it's a nice memory to have of my mother. You know, it's good. She done that regular with me. That it was like ingrained. You know what I mean?
Things like that you always do remember. So those like
Yeah.
the simple things you remember.
Yeah, I know. Oh man. Fred get cooking. No, there'll be no cooking. Best friend, yep, Ulster fry's the best fry you'll ever get. And I make the best Ulster fry. Yes, Mac, absolutely. Freedom Dad memories.
Peace and John. Jesus Christ, John. Peace.
No, don't.
I've never had years. A John Peace.
I know that, Lady J. I know. I've been very lucky in life. Very, very fortunate. I've had God very close to me everywhere I've walked. Genuinely, like, I'm not one of them guys. I'm not a preacher, you know. I'm a Christian. I'm a different Christian, you know. I've always prayed to God, spoke to God, whatever you want to call it, and yeah, been very spiritual. Always been close to the Bible. Always like look to the Bible when I need to know things or I'm questioning things, and it's always been there for me. And I don't go on about it too much. And you know, I have different views that some people don't agree with. You know, I don't believe you need to go to church, but yes, we need to congregate. You know, but I don't think threatening people about going to church can is right. You know what I mean? I don't think you should be forcing people to read the Bible. Yes, it helps, and I think they will go to the Bible as they grow as Christians. You know what I mean? So, but throwing it straight on them, learn this passage, learn that passage, is a bit overwhelming and too much. And I just think there's a different way of going about it, and I just think that not all Christians have to not swear because they're just words. You know what I mean? You know, God didn't say anything about swear words and all the rest of it. It's who we are, how we've been brought up, and God understands that. And I also think, doesn't matter who you are, it is common sense to think that whatever way you've been brought up with in life, you're going to make mistakes. So because of that, God will forgive you for things. You know what I mean? You know, so yeah, it's all pretty common stuff. It's good and bad, guys. It's simple. It's no hard to work out. You're either a good person or you're a bad person. You know, you either had compassion and love and zero hate, or you're just a wee fucker. You know what I mean? That hates everything and just is nasty and evil. You know what I mean? And it stands out. You know, it stands out. If fancy in life, you can sort of work them out pretty quick.
Fuck's sake.
Uh, uh,
No, I'm on the friend once for breakfast.
yeah. No, me and my baby's mama had a falling out, and I believe the baby should be with the mum, and simple as that. And got no problems. We're good. Um, yeah, and the baby's safe with her mum at the minute where she is. Um, that's it. And she's Scottish, yes. As soon as we are born into sin. Yeah. I don't know, like. Well, tomatoes is just like cannabis, you know what I mean? That's what they say. You know, that is what they say, growing tomatoes. So just watch a couple of videos on YouTube of how to grow the other stuff, and that should pretty much get you onto the road of growing really good tomatoes. But we are going to wrap this up just shortly, guys. Curry's Fun Part 9 Port. 170. Thank you so much, guys. Absolutely amazing that you have stayed on here. And the reason why we do every now and again we will do this once in a blue moon, because we can't do it all the time, and we do want to do it, but you know sometimes we're just relaxing. I haven't got much on. We've done everything. It's been non-stop today. It's all been done. Everything's been addressed, and yeah, we're good. Just chilled out. You know, no problems. You know, nothing planned for tomorrow, so we don't need to worry too much. Um, but yeah, we will be going places this week. Need to catch up with some people where there won't be any cameras and stuff. Thank you, Gary. But yeah, we'll try and get a wee live every night for a wee hour or so. You know what I mean? You know, and I don't want you fucking moaning because Fred isn't here, right? Fred doesn't live here, right? Right? Fred can go live. You know, fucking subscribe to him, right? And so
I'll do something else. I'll do a different channel. I'll fucking.
right, okay, aye.
I'll do
And
something
he'll
else.
show you his collection. He could sit anywhere in his house, and like the backdrop's amazing. You know what I mean? He's got a really nice gaff. You know what I mean?
I think you were shocked about that the other day when you come in.
No, just like I didn't know you were into collecting like stuff like that, man. It's not many
I
guys
think you were
that run
fucking- I
about
think
with
you
us
thought you were
are
walking
into
in the
collecting
alco
Star
then.
Wars figures. You know what I
You
mean?
thought you were walking into an alco then.
Oh no, fucking no chance, man. No, it was the guy downstairs. Well, he is sort of single. I don't know if he's single. Are you single, mate? Yeah, he doesn't even know himself. I can say no more about that. Oh, strike while the iron's hot, girls. Strike while the iron's hot. You know. T-Bone says good night. What do you think the video Stevie put up with them fighting outside Musgrave the other night? Yep. Yeah, at the end of the day, they were attacked. They went up to counter protest, I think, and they were attacked. So they reacted. You know what I mean? I don't know much about it. Wasn't there? I just know. But know that they were in. You know, you got to defend yourself. You can't. These can't. You know, if somebody come up and snatched my phone, I don't. You know, it's at the end of the day. I want my phone back. You know what I mean? I want my phone back. But what's right and wrong, I don't know. You know what I mean? I do. Yes, I'm freedom dad. I stick to what they jumping about the place and getting covering different demos and interviewing people and bringing whatever's relevant at the time and now and try and bring it to you if I can. Um, you know, I've always said that I'm just freedom dad. I'm on my own, and I do support all patriots. You know what I mean?
We were talking about the A-team video today.
The A-team video.
It was hilarious.
Don't. It is so. It is funny. It is funny. It's fucking dangerously funny.
It's fucking,
Jeez, oh,
it's fucking mental.
you know. Yes, stand supported. Yeah.
Jesus fuck right.
Oh, Laura, eh? Didn't make the live tonight, Freedom Dad and Freddie just popping in to say hi and good night. No problem, Molly. No problem. It's a long. The first hour is what it's about with the video, and then it's just us having a laugh.
I can't read that.
Yeah. Yeah, he got an editing studio, you know what I mean? But, you know, 18 wouldn't have been my hingy, you know what I mean? It's like, because it's really old and it was funny. It was unexpected and it was the talking at the start, you know, the proper 18, like where they talk. And I thought, it was the shock of it happening. We weren't expecting it. We were watching the video, like, you know, just as two people was catching up what's going on, you know what I mean? And then, you know, it was so funny, so it was. But it's he's having a laugh, you know what I mean? You gotta have a laugh, like these guys say. You're going already? You're going already? Yeah, we're going. If you done that, put Fred's link below. Just click his icon, his face.
Oh, fuck.
I'm not fucking putting his link up anywhere. If you want to find him, go fucking find him. You know what I mean? Sick. Hey, I'll bring Tulip back, right? I'll bring Tulip back in. Right, there you go.
Oh, dear. Don't be that guy, Doesn't suit you, lad.
Yeah. It's sort of be strength supported, honestly. Sort of be. Freedom Dad dating, LOL. Oh no. Sick. That's not a bad idea. Because any of my mates are single, they can come and sit. You can say aye or no, and we'll sort you out. You know what I mean?
What the fuck says? What about my fucking friend, man?
That dating.
Hang on, I'm fucking sitting here, Dave, just having a laugh here, and you're on trying to pimp me out.
Well, there's an idea. There's an idea. Pimp him out. I never even thought about that.
At least wait till
Fuck,
I
we could
agree,
make
though.
money from this.
At least wait till I agree,
I
though.
can make money from
At
this.
least wait till I agree, though.
Oh man, like an hour with Fred, you know what I mean? A dinner date with Fred, 25 quid, you know. The Freedom Dad. I can make it happen. Oh, I need to take insurance out for that one, I mean. Oh, fuck's sake.
Freedom Dad's playing date.
Surprise. That's silly.
Fuck me.
Oh man, dearie me. Yeah.
Hurrah, Chuck.
Yeah, this could go anywhere, you know what I mean? It could go anywhere, like I say. People say, stop doing this, you can do anything. Well, this could be it. This could be, you say, fuck mass immigration. We're doing dating. we're pimping Freddie out. Anybody else? Well, I have a line of 3 guys for you every night. 3 Belfast boys with blue eyes lined on the couch every night. You can ask them questions. Oh, that's funny. That is funny. Like 25 quid for like dinner. Who pays for dinner? But
Well, it's not me, is it? They're doing a favour.
you're not giving any of my 25 quid. You know what I mean? Till you get your own platform. You know what I mean? We could even have a wee side bit if you want to walk Tulip for half an hour. 30 quid. You know what I mean?
Your subs are going up like fuck.
Oh
They don't
dear.
even like a hundred
Oh man,
subscribers.
here we could be onto something here,
No,
mate.
I
You know
use
what I mean?
fucking YouTube one.
We could be onto something
I
here.
use YouTube for us watching shit, know what I
You
mean?
know,
Let's
we're
go
wanting the
fucking
birth
bother.
rate. We're wanting the birth rate to increase. Come on over to
It doesn't matter,
Belfast.
subscribers, know what I mean?
Yeah, we want that. We need our birth rate increased,
Like
guys. You know what I mean?
Laura,
You know, guys, girls. You know, but yeah, we need to definitely go. You know what I mean? We really do need to go. Like, everyone went quiet when asked who's paying for dinner. I know, I know. Yeah. Lady J. Yeah, I know. You're right about the condoms. Yeah. 25 quid, you know what I mean? Yeah, because you gotta be gender neutral sort of thing, you know what I mean? You have to, you know, you would get done at the park. Don't forget your hat.
What colour, fuck's sake? Every colour under the sun.
But dildos.
I was just answering that. John Rankin. John Rankin.
Every color, every color under the sun.
I know your face, boy. I know you.
Oh man.
I've seen you after Buckfast.
No sweat, Lady J, 100%. Like, yeah, 100%. You're just needing ours, you know what I mean? We'll give us a shout on Facebook Messenger.
Everybody says that.
Or if you know somebody that can send the number through somebody else and we'll get these. So, well, that's your best bet. That's what everybody else does. Bits of paper, phone him.
It's not hard to find a Jamison in the village.
Yeah. Yeah, we need to get Lady J. This is one for watching. She's gonna get the joint slits, man. You know, she's trying to get you stoned. I'll add you myself, Freedom Dad. Thank you. Yeah, you gotta go through me to get the Fred, guys. I know so many Jamesons in the village. Happy days. Happy days. Yeah, but life's okay. See, we do have a laugh, guys. You know what I mean? There is like pressure sometimes, and you get a phone call, and you're like, "Oh, for fuck's sake!" You know what I mean? Then you sort of, realize it's maybe been blown out of proportion. And you talk to other people, and it's just all different things, all different wee things, and can worry you. You know what I mean? And like I keep saying, it's Northern Ireland. There's no place like Northern Ireland, guys. Please believe me. There's no place more complicated or dangerous for anybody to do anything that they do with anything that the government don't want you to do is Northern Ireland, as you can see, you know. People are compromised, you know. People are compromised, and I do believe there's people there that the government can say, listen, we want him shut up, you know, and it is worrying. It is very worrying. But yeah, we just put it at the back of the mind, fucking pay a wee bit more attention and have a laugh. Still have a laugh, you know. Just grateful to have a day, to be walking and having another day in life. You know, I mean, another day of trying to help, another day of trying to get the word out, you know, and that's all it's about. You know, you can only go day by day, and you enjoy your day as best you can, you know, and if anything's for you, it won't go by you, you know, and if anything's coming to get you, it's coming to get you, you know what I mean? I've travelled substantially now, similar to Freedom. That's a man who a person in LA, and he understands what's going on. Yeah. Who are you? John Mack. All right, mate. Get in touch. Give us his address. I'm joking. Give us his phone number. Nah, I'm even joking about that. See if he wants to chat. Pago, I know I had no idea what was going on in the background. And it kept us away from all that. Everything I know and myself taught. Yeah, good on you. You're doing a good job, Freedom Dad. Thank you. Thank you so much. Couldn't do it without Freddie, guys. Couldn't do it without people around me. I really couldn't. Like, you know what I mean? There's a lot of people around me.
You were in for a long time before I came along.
Yeah. Bobby, Sarah, Caitlin, you know, and other guys. I'm not going to shoot anybody else out, you know what I mean? Yeah, yeah. Went through a wee bit there where I wasn't having a laugh, you know what I mean? So it's good. And it's just proof that no matter how bad things can get, there is always light in the tunnel.
Were you talking about that toothache again?
No, I'm not talking about toothache. But if, yeah, that's it's still sore, so I'm not going to say I'm over that just yet. Freedom Dad Fred, brilliant banter night. Stay safe, everyone, and catch you all next time around. All my love, bro. I was only talking to him about you 15 minutes ago, saying you have a good heart. Thanks, mate. Thanks, and ask them not to shoot me, yeah? Please. Next time you're talking to them, I'm being fucking serious.
No. And this is fair enough.
Yeah, well, I might as well take this opportunity while it's a rosin. You know, if you're talking to these guys, fucking tell them just to calm down a wee bit, man. Fucking, I always say, give me 10 minutes, 10 minutes of your time. You know what I mean? Yeah. Zombies a good track. Yep. Haven't heard it in a while, you know. Haha, not a hope. You're a good man. Thank you, mate. She went well, man. Oh. Okay, guys. What else in there? I never know the lyrics of the song. I know 55. Listen, going to have to definitely go. Listen, it was a big, massive live for you guys, for the guys that have been here for so long. And then you guys remember to check your subscriptions. Make sure you're still subscribed. Hit the bell. Hopefully you get notifications. Most likely you won't, but that's the way it is. And just be grateful at every video that you get that I'm still here, you know, because one day you're going to turn on and Freedom Dad's going to be gone. So I will always be on X. I'll be on Rumble. I'll be on Facebook for as long as possible. And look in the other platforms. So I will be about. So you might have to have a look around. You know what I mean? But we've got to expect this. We've expected it for a while, and we're not gonna cry about it. So we're not. We're just gonna get up, dust ourselves down, and go even harder. Okay, guys. So from Freddy boy, just you wanna say good night.
Night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Catch us all again.
Catch us all
It
again.
is.
He sounds dead sounds a bit like a film star, doesn't he? Like a John Wayne, or what do you call him? Dean. What do you call him? Dean Martin. He was
Dean Martin.
Dean Martin. No.
Dean
Is
Martin.
he a singer?
He's one of the Rat Pack, wasn't he?
Yeah. You have got, yeah. Right, well, I'm going to say no more. Right, good night, everybody. You know, you can see the love you're getting. You see the love you're getting. Cranberry. Good night, guys. I'm just going to let you all say good night there. Thank you so much. And I'm going to try and work out to get some grub sorted. All right. As always, guys, John Rankin. Thanks, moderators. Thanks. You've all done a great job. Cheers it at me, and all my love to everybody. What?
No, I was going to get you.
Yeah, right. That's enough now. Come on, sell yourselves. You know what I mean? You know, you'll be on their private messaging him on his Facebook tree as well. You know what I mean? No doubt later on. So all my love, guys, and as always, God bless every single one of you.